Don't miss the awesome Naruto stories my sister creates. Her last channel was hacked, so to stay in the loop, please subscribe to her new channel. It would mean a lot to her, and you won't regret it. Hello to all lovers of lemon scenes. I invite you all to my boosty so you can watch your favorite Naruto What If stories in complete comfort. A subscription to Naruto Lemon, the first video with a full lemon, is already on my boosty channel. Dare! This morning started out unusual. Instead of the usual sunny morning, the girl was greeted by a terrible downpour and thunderstorm. Reluctantly, the blonde with turquoise eyes got out of bed. Some strange feeling did not bode well today. But she had so many things planned for today. Ino, breakfast is on the table. The mother's voice came from below. I'm coming. A couple of minutes later the girl came out of the bathroom and greeted her mother in the kitchen. Are you sure you need to go to work today? Mrs. Yamanaka looked out the window with alarm. There is a terrible downpour outside. You might get sick. Mom, the girl said, you yourself know that I'll go. Miss Yamanaka did not argue with her daughter anymore. She knew that it was completely useless. Thank you, Ino kissed her mother on the cheek and, taking an umbrella, left the house. She tried to catch a taxi to get to the store, but some reckless driver in a black Lamborghini Aventador doused her from head to toe. The girl didn't have time to remember the numbers. Goat! She shouted after the driver, but he had already disappeared around the bend. Well, a great start to a great day. The girl muttered, and, not hoping to catch a taxi, she decided to walk. She was already wet anyway. Half an hour later she ran into a flower shop and closed her umbrella. She quickly changed into spare dry clothes in the back room and opened the store. Of course, the girl didn't even think that in such weather someone could come for flowers, but still. Before the girl had time to sit down at the counter, the bell on the door rang. A guy came into the store. He had golden blonde hair, sky blue eyes, and strange tattoos of a cat's whiskers. But he looked very sad. Ino decided that it was better not to come to him with her advice. Good afternoon. The girl sincerely smiled at the visitor, but the guy didn't even seem to hear her. Good, the guy muttered grudgingly. Ino didn't know if she should continue the conversation or if it was better to leave the guy with his thoughts. I need a bouquet, the guy drawled, for my parents. The sad expression did not leave his face. About. It's probably their anniversary. Of course, we'll pick it up now. The blonde perked up and approached the guest to offer beautiful bouquets that she had personally composed. Anniversary, the guy sighed and for some reason added, death. The girl seemed to have been electrocuted, and she stood rooted to the spot. Sorry, she stammered, I didn't know. It's so tactless of me. She looked at the guy. He seemed so lonely to her. Somehow abandoned. For some reason she wanted to hug him. Nothing, the guy breathed out. You didn't know. To somehow make amends, she pulled out a small bouquet of snow-white lilies. Here, she held out the bouquet. The guy looked at the flowers, then finally turned his gaze to the embarrassed girl. I'll take them, he said, no need to wrap them. He walked up to the counter and paid. Hello, Ino, a familiar voice rang out, along with the sound of the doorbell. Ino smiled at her guest. The blonde took the flowers and, without saying anything, walked out past the guy who had come in. Come in, Shika. The blonde greeted her friend. Shikamaru let the guy pass and looked after him for a long time. What kind of guy is this? I don't know, the girl shrugged. He needed a bouquet for his parents. What are you doing here? Are you hiding from Temari? Yamanaka laughed, forgetting about the guy. She was very glad to see her old friend. Shikamaru, Nara and Ino have been friends since childhood. Their parents even thought that the children would get married, but childhood friendship grew into youth and nothing more. It was enough for them that they just got along very well with each other. In addition, Shikamaru already had a fiancée, the formidable blonde Temari, whom he met at his father's banquet. No. Temari went to her brother's for a couple of days. So, I enjoy the peace. Women are nothing but problems, the brown-haired man sighed. I recognize the former lazy person. I thought that Temari would be able to re-educate you, the girl giggled. As father? Great, the company is thriving, everyone is happy. Only these tensions with the wedding scare me. Oh, Shika. You'd think you were taking part in this. Nara sighed lazily. What do you think I'm doing here then? Ino pouted offendedly. I thought he came to check on me. We haven't seen each other for a month. Yes, and at the same time make a big order for you. You understand the wedding. Well, then that changes things. I believe Temari simply had no time to come in herself, and she sent you. Does she have any wishes regarding the bride's bouquet or hall decoration? By the way, where will the banquet and ceremony take place? Ino chattered, rejoicing at such luck, because for the sake of Temari, Shikamaru does not greed money for flowers. She was very lucky with this order. No. She doesn't have any specific wishes, but she asked that there be several options for bouquets for her arrival. She will come to you herself when she returns. Oh yes, Shikamaru patted his pockets, as if remembering something. Here's an invitation to the wedding. Discuss the rest with Temari, please. I still don't understand this. Certainly. Don't be lazy. The girl lectured her friend. You can't put the entire organization on Temari's shoulders. Yes, Nara lazily waved it off. Well, I'll go, otherwise they'll be busy with something again, then you won't be able to get away. Good luck, Ino waved to the departing brown-haired man. POV Ino. Who was this guy? Why did I feel so sorry for him? He seemed so lonely and lost. It's strange, people have come to me before to buy flowers for deceased friends and parents, but I have never felt such feelings for anyone. I wanted to hug him so bad. Exactly him. He has such beautiful eyes, if only they weren't so sad. And I don't even know his name. But why should I care? He's not a child. Hey! Since when did I become so heartless? No, you can't do that. But I can't look for him and force myself on him. It would be stupid of me. Although maybe I'll see him somewhere and talk, but, about what? I don't know him and he doesn't know me either. And you. I know where to find it. I want to help him. End Ino's POV. POV Naruto. Why? Well, why is everything exactly like this? Why should we lose those we love? I was left alone. Completely alone. Everyone turned away from me. I've never had friends. I learned to survive myself. But, for what? I have nothing, no home, no parents, no friends, no love, no money. Do I really have to suffer all my life? Or worse, wear this mask of joy and optimism? I'm tired. Mom, only you see my tears. Why aren't you around when I need you so much? Why? End Naruto POV. The young man stood over the graves of his parents in the pouring rain, not covering himself with anything. He didn't care about the rain, all his thoughts were not about the outside world. Besides, the rain washed away the guy's tears. He placed a bouquet of lilies on his mother's grave. Suddenly a woman's scream brought him out of his thoughts. The guy jumped up and ran in that direction. Hey, beauty, aren't you afraid to walk alone in the cemetery? A fat and large man was approaching the blonde, who pressed herself against the wall of the nearest crypt. He approached the girl and grabbed her hand. Let me in. Ino tried to break free, but her huge paw tenaciously held her fragile hand. I'll scream. Well, shout, the guy grinned, who will hear you here? Help. Ino screamed, as far as her vocal cords would allow. She was completely wet in the rain because she forgot her umbrella at the store. She was cold and scared, she didn't know why she was trembling more. Leave her. Ino heard the familiar voice of the guy. The blonde stood a couple of meters behind the bandit. Who are you? The big guy turned around in surprise and looked at the boy. It doesn't matter. Let the girl go. Otherwise, what are you doing? The big man laughed. While he was laughing at the blonde, Ino waited a moment and hit his leg with all her might with her heel. Out of surprise, he let go of the girl and Ino ran wherever her eyes were looking, mentally thanking herself for her love for high and thin heels. Oh, you, the big guy rushed at the guy, and a fight ensued. He punched the blonde, but he blocked the blow. Naruto punched this big guy in the stomach. He flew away a couple of meters, then took a knife out of his pocket. Now the forces were not equal. Naruto had to defend himself more often than attack. But the fight was short-lived. Naruto was clearly weaker than such a brute. The latter stabbed him in the side with a knife and pulled it out and ran away. The guy was lying in a dirty puddle, clutching a wound from which blood was flowing, and the puddle was now bloody. Naruto swore. Will it all end like this for me? Losing consciousness, he noticed long blonde hair and the figure of a girl running towards him. Ino, stumbling and falling into the mud, ran to the guy. Oh my God! She whispered, seeing him lying in a dirty pool of blood, holding his wound. Ino's brain was thinking at feverish speed. She took off her jacket and covered the guy with it. With fingers trembling, out of fear for the blonde's life, she dialed a familiar number. Sheik! She screamed into the phone, I urgently need your help. Please, come. I'm at the cemetery. Urgently please. The girl managed to finish before the phone notified her of her death. Hold on, just hold on, guy. The girl whispered, hugging him to her like a kitten. Everything inside her was turning over. She was so afraid for him, afraid that he would die. Gathering her strength, the girl dragged the guy under a large oak tree in the center of the cemetery, where the rain was not falling so hard, as it was breaking heavily through the dense green foliage. Ino went through all the possible prayers that she knew in her head and tried to warm the guy, who seemed to be already starting to become numb from the cold. Please, just don't die. I beg you. Hold on. You can't just leave like that. Shikamaru, please hurry. The girl whispered. After 5 minutes, the brown-haired man was already flying towards the girl, who was sobbing over the guy. Ino. Are you all right? He shouted. Ino jumped. No. Help Shika. She took the blonde by the left hand, Shikamaru took the right and the two of them dragged Naruto to the car. He needs to be taken to the hospital. The girl was hysterical. Shikamaru looked at Naruto. The wound is not deep and not fatal. It's the guy from the store. Nara said, looking at him closely. Ino sat in the car and trembled. Do you know him? No. He saved me from a rapist. Shika, you're smart, come up with something. He doesn't have any documents with him. He is an orphan. That's all I know about him. Nara drove the car and thought. Okay, he turned right and rushed faster along the familiar road. Your altruism will one day destroy you, Shikamaru breathed. After 20 minutes, they were already lifting the guy up the familiar steps of the Nara house. I'll take him to the bathroom and treat the wound, Shika said and pulled Naruto towards the bathroom. Ino walked into the familiar kitchen and turned on the kettle. Yes, a woman's hand was clearly felt here. The house was perfectly clean and there was plenty of food in the refrigerator. Temari clearly took care of her beloved before leaving. Ino took out 2 mugs from the cupboard, then, after thinking, for some reason she took out a third one, and after pouring tea, she brought the tray into the living room. Shikamaru came down from the second floor wet, tired and dirty, with a towel around his neck. He took off his wet jacket and t-shirt. Ino wasn't embarrassed at all. Shikamaru lazily walked up to the bar and, taking out a bottle of expensive whiskey, poured it into his glass. "Will you?" Nara asked the blonde. Ino shook her head. Having drained his glass in one gulp, Shikamaru plopped down on the sofa opposite Ino and relaxed. "Well, what can I tell Ino? I washed the wound. And by the way, him too. The wound is not fatal. I gave him sleeping pills, so your handsome boy will probably sleep until tomorrow morning. Thank you, Shika. I knew I could rely on you." Ino was still trembling from the shock she had experienced. "Why did you go to the cemetery in the rain?" The brown-haired man looked intently at the girl. For some reason Ino blushed and felt embarrassed. "Well, I wanted to see him. So I saw you." Shikamaru was in lazy thoughtfulness. "So you don't know anything about him?" "At all. I don't even know his name. I only know that he has no parents." "I see." Shikamaru poured himself another whiskey. "You're soaked to the skin. Go to the shower if you want and take some clothes from Temari." Shikamaru looked at his friend appraisingly, "because yours clearly needs cleaning." Ino had forgotten that she didn't look any better than her friend. "I am so grateful to you," the girl said, and, putting the empty cup on the tray, went to the shower. "I'm so grateful to you," Shikamaru said when the girl was out of earshot. As soon as the water began to rustle in the shower, Nara picked up the phone and dialed the number. "Gara." "Shikamaru?" Gara's surprised voice came through the phone. "Yes, it's me. How's Temari?" "Wonderful. If you need Temari, you could call her personally." The owner of the icy and calm voice was clearly not in the mood. "I need you," Shika answered calmly. "I found someone. Well, or rather not me, but we were very lucky. You should go back with Temari and see for yourself. I'm not sure, but it seems that the heir to the Uzumaki clan has been found." At the desk of a huge office sat a tired guy with long blonde hair and a ponytail on top of his head, long bangs hiding one of his blue eyes. The guy smoked and was bored, looking at a glass of expensive cognac with ice and thinking. He was waiting for another girl for an interview, who was about to arrive. And today he has already reviewed quite a few contenders. They were all stupid, self-righteous and boring. "Mr. Tsukiri, Hyuga Hinata has come to see you," came the secretary's voice over the phone. "Bring me coffee, Sakura, and you can be free," the blonde lazily drawled and, having finished his cognac, put the glass on the table. Deidara was one of the directors of the campaign, and therefore allowed himself to drink at work, especially when it was such a difficult day. There was a timid knock on the office. "Come in already." The blonde was losing patience. A sweet girl entered the office. She had long dark hair that shimmered with dark blue silk and fell freely over her shoulders, and her pearly violet eyes expressed embarrassment. She was dressed in a strict gray business suit, and looked modest, but at the same time seductive, precisely due to her modesty. The guy looked at the girl appraisingly and gestured to the chair opposite the table. Hello," Hinata mumbled quietly. "Good afternoon, Miss Hyuga." The guy took the folder with the girl's resume, while she was embarrassed and didn't know where to look, studying her leather shoes. "Are you applying for the position of secretary of our company?" It was noticeable that the blonde was already quite tired of talking with girls, and Hinata was clearly the last one for today. "Yes," the girl said also quietly. "What do you know about our company?" He looked at the girl searchingly. which has already turned all red from his gaze. Well, your company Akatsuki conducts auctions where the antiquities you have purchased are put up for auction. You have a very reputable and prosperous company that has existed for a long time and... Right. Deidara unceremoniously interrupted the beauty, mentally already knowing what to do with her. We have been on the global market of auction campaigns for a long time. Why should we hire you for this position? Well... The girl was in some state close to shock. Her excitement and trembling were noticeable. A curious specimen, thought the blonde. Sorry, don't worry, Miss Hugo, I think tomorrow you will need to come for a second interview at noon, in room 205. Oh okay, thank you. Bye-bye, Hinata stammered and stumbled out the door. At that moment, a pretty pink-haired girl in a short skirt came in with a tray with coffee on it. Did something happen, Day? The girl put the tray down and sat on the guy's lap. Sakura. Don't forget, Deidara looked at her tiredly. The fact that you were promoted to my assistant does not give you the right to behave so imposingly, no matter whose litter you are. There was obvious mockery in the guy's voice. He brazenly pushed Sakura away. I won't need your services today, go to work. He slapped Sakura's butt and picked up the phone. The girl hissed something under her breath and, slamming the door loudly, flew out of the office, following the brunette. Well, they'll smash my door to pieces, the blonde thought, listening to the call tones on the phone. Uchiha. Yes. I found someone here for you, then you will thank me. Tomorrow at noon a girl will come to you. Yes, to your taste. Hyuga. He wants to work for us. Secretary. Come on. You'll see for yourself, just don't scare her right away. Yes. Yes. I remember there is a meeting tomorrow. All. Lights out. Well done, Hinata. A guy with tousled brown hair, tattoos in the form of fangs on his cheeks, and an animal look rejoiced. But, Kiba, I haven't yet. It doesn't matter, Kiba interrupted her. You got a second interview, I hope you understand that we simply have to get this place for you. Kiba looked quite pleased. He plopped down on the visitor's sofa, next to Hinata. The girl blushed, feeling awkward. She looked embarrassedly at the joyful guy. He was very tall and athletic. Kiba was very popular among women, but he was forever in love with a girl with hair the color of the night sky. Hinata treated him as a boss and friend. Hinata, the guy looked at the tired girl, do you need a ride home? No, Kiba. I'll get there myself, the brunette said quietly. She was always modest, quiet and obedient, however, when the situation demanded it, she could be a confident and courageous girl, making instant decisions and soberly assessing the situation and her capabilities. For Kiba, Hinata was just a godsend, and therefore the best spy in his private detective agency. No one has ever identified Hinata as a spy, because who would have thought that such a modest person could turn out to be quite a dangerous spy. The girl said goodbye to Kiba and went home. Now the guy, who was not hiding his feelings, took a bottle of whiskey from the safe and drained a large glass in one gulp. Kiba's.pov. Take it, Hinata. What are you doing to me? You have no idea what you mean to me. Your eyes, God. And your figure, so stop. I can't think of her like that. I cannot. She is so innocent, I would so like to be next to her, smell her hair, stroke her delicate skin, kiss her lips. You are a dream and, alas, not mine. And I'm just a coward who is afraid to confess to you. But I'm so afraid that it will scare you away. I'm afraid of losing you completely. Hina. End Kiba's POV. Ino stood under the streams of warm water and washed away all the dirt and all the stress of today, thinking about the blonde. He didn't want to get out of her head. His golden hair, blue eyes and cute tattoos. The girl couldn't understand why she was so drawn to this guy. No admirer had ever stayed for a long time before, and she had never suffered from unrequited love or when she broke up with someone, but this beauty had already managed to break several men's hearts. Today, as she expected, was a difficult day. The disgusting weather, the attempted rape, this guy. She was clearly lucky to have a friend like Shikamaru. He didn't ask unnecessary questions, and resolved the situation faster than anyone. The girl threw on a white terry robe and went to Temari's room, which she kept separate from the bedroom, especially for her countless outfits. Ino was lucky that she and Temari were the same clothing size. The girl quickly chose simple shorts and a plain lilac t-shirt. Approaching the huge, almost full-wall mirror next to the closet, Ino was quite pleased with her appearance. She did not want to reapply makeup. Apparently, communicating with the lazy Nara did not have a positive effect on her. However, the girl looked attractive even without makeup. Having dried her long hair and tied her ponytail, she flirtatiously made eyes at her reflection and smoothed the long bangs falling over her right eye. Wanting to go down to her friend. But, passing by the guest room, she saw the door ajar. Curiosity won over the girl, decency, and she quietly entered. Naruto snored peacefully on the bed. His scratches were covered with plaster, and the wound on his side was bandaged. But the girl was attracted by the figure of the young man. He was incredibly handsome and strong, slender, with prominent muscles, tall, with broad shoulders and chest. Ino examined only the upper part, yet she was not such a promiscuous girl as to pull the sheet off a guy in order to admire him completely. "What are you doing here?" Shikamaru asked, standing in the doorway. Ino jumped up in surprise and waved her hands at him. "He's sleeping," she hissed. "Ino," Shikamaru tiredly rolled his eyes, without lowering his tone, "he has a huge dose of sleeping pills, you won't wake him up with guns until tomorrow." "So what were you doing here?" For some reason the blonde blushed, "I came to check on him." Ino almost didn't lie. From below came the sound of a beeping cell phone. "Oh. I forgot about the phone. And about the store, and about Mom." The girl pushed the guy away and ran down the stairs. Shikamaru already took care of the girl's phone and put it on charge. Mom was calling on the display. "Yes, Mom." Out of breath, Ino answered. "No, everything is fine with me. I'm at Shikamaru's house. Well, he helped me with the order." "Well, if Shika doesn't mind," the girl with her eyes and facial expressions showed Shikamaru approaching that he had no opportunity to refuse. "I'll spend the night with him." "No, Mom, we are not dating." "All. Till tomorrow." The girl passed out. "Miss Yamanaka wants to marry us again?" the brown-haired man asked calmly. The girl was slightly annoyed by her mother's remark, but was already cooling down. Instead of answering, she asked her own question. "Shika, you don't mind if I spend the night with you?" The blonde made puppy dog eyes. "If I didn't know you so well, I would think that you fell in love with this boy." A sofa pillow flew into the sloth's head, which he easily caught. "Wow, such a lazy person, and such reflexes. Here's another." The girl snorted, showing with all her appearance that she had not fallen in love with anyone at all. "I'm just worried about him, because he saved, my honor." Ino found the right words. Yes, Shikamaru answered sarcastically, deliberately angering the blonde. He liked to make her angry because at such times she looked funny. The main thing is not to drive her crazy, otherwise her childhood friend could get very noticeable bruises. Another pillow, and another, they were all repulsed with ease, and Nara only smiled sarcastically. Red spots began to appear on Ino. "Calm down, I'm not hinting at anything," the brown-haired man grinned ahead of her statement. But Ino could no longer be stopped. The girl's thin hands reached for her friend's throat. He didn't try to dodge, knowing that she wouldn't do anything serious to him anyway. From the outside it looked like child's play. The flushed and shabby blonde sat victoriously on the guy, throwing him onto the sofa and trying to strangle him. Their game was interrupted by the guy's phone, which began to howl like a siren when attacked. "Temari!" the guy exclaimed and easily pushed the girl off of him and ran to the phone. "Yeah, Temari would know what melody you set for her call," Ino giggled, and immediately shut up when she saw the guy's gesture. Shikamaru went into the kitchen to talk with his beloved. Ino tactfully waited for his appearance, sitting on the sofa, and was thinking about thanking her friend with dinner, as her stomach began to growl treacherously. Hearing out of the blue that the guy had already said goodbye to the girl, she went to the kitchen. "Temari and Gaara are arriving tomorrow morning," said Shika. Ino shrugged. It was basically none of her business, although it would be worth talking to Temari about flowers for the wedding. The girl opened the refrigerator and began to take out food for dinner. "Why not just order pizza at home?" Shikamaru was surprised. "Because it's harmful." The blonde snapped. The guy shivered. Ino now reminded him of his own mother and Temari, the two most complex and important women in his life. "And you don't mind cooking?" "No, unlike you." Ino joked. She quickly warmed up the prepared food and prepared the sauce for it. They had dinner. "You know, it seems to me that when he wakes up, he will want to eat," the girl said, her assumptions logical. "I would like it myself. Thank you for dinner." "You're welcome, we're even," the girl smiled and headed back to the refrigerator and stove. "I'll make him ramen." Shikamaru realized that his presence in the kitchen was not necessary. But he stopped at the door. "I'll lie down on the sofa in the living room today, and you can go to our bedroom. Good night." "And you?" The girl continued to manage the kitchen. Having finished with her affairs, she decided to go to bed, but as she passed by the guest room she entered again. Silently, like a cat. The girl sat down on a low chair next to the bed. Having admired the blonde, Ino did not notice how she fell asleep. POV Naruto. I hardly opened my eyes. I shouldn't have done it. It feels like I died, then a tank ran over me, and I died again, and now I'm resurrected. God, how my whole body inside hurt. So. We need to look around. Where I am? Some light walls. A large bed. Window. I'm bandaged. The side is on fire. Young woman. Nightstand. Stop. Young woman. Why is the girl's head lying on the bed? Where is the rest of the body? Now I have a headache too. I need to go back to sleep. Stop. What dream? Where am I? Take it? Who is this blonde? Sue, rain. Shop. Lilies. Cemetery. Scream. Young woman. That's right, this is the same girl I saved. It turns out that I saved her from a maniac, and she dragged me to her and provided first aid. How nice. She is pretty. I really don't want to wake her up, but I'm terribly uncomfortable lying like this. I need to lie higher. End Naruto POV. Ino felt the bed move and instantly opened her eyes and immediately met the blonde's gaze. Hello. The guy was the first to break the silence. He looked at the girl with interest. It was as if a spark ran through my soul. Oh. Good morning. The girl hastily sat a little further away from him and became embarrassed. Where I am? Asked the blonde. You're at my best friend's house. You saved me, remember? Yesterday from a rapist, only he wounded you and I decided that it was better to give you first aid here than to take you to the hospital. You didn't have any documents. Thank you so much. Ino began to blush slowly, watching his reaction. The guy thought about it, apparently remembering something. You, Ino, right? His face shone, and the girl was a little surprised. How do you know? Yesterday, when I was leaving the store, the guy called you by name. I see, Ino exhaled. What is your name? I must know the name of my savior. My name is Naruto. Nice to meet you. For some reason, the blonde extended his hand to her and the girl timidly shook it. Their touch gave both of them an electric shock. They immediately looked away from each other. Are you electrified? The boy tried to joke. No, Ino became even more embarrassed. Wait, I'll be right there. And the girl jumped up and rushed off somewhere, leaving a perplexed Naruto in the room. A dark-eyed brunette with an aristocratic face was driving to the campaign in his beautiful Lamborghini. His thoughts were somewhere far away. After Daidara's call, he felt that something interesting was waiting for him. Despite the fact that today's mistress was very good, as usual, the guy was left disappointed. And here, he felt that everything would be different. Moreover, if the blonde asked her not to scare her, then she is very modest. The guy suddenly braked at a very presentable penthouse on which the inscription Akatsuki Auction Campaign was proudly displayed and in a good mood entered the elevator. He quickly reached his floor and went into the office. Literally 5 minutes after he entered, the door suddenly opened and a guy with red hair and brown eyes, in a strict business suit and glasses, appeared on the threshold. He was clearly angry about something. Uchiha. Just admire it. He threw the folder with documents on the table and sat down in the chair. You're going to break down my door like that, the brunette said calmly, looking at the documents. So what do you want to say, Akasuna? I want to say that someone is setting us up big time. You can see for yourself the results of the examination. 3 out of 5 purchased paintings are skillful fakes. The guy was extremely annoyed. The Uchiha looked at his watch. 3 minutes to 12. And what? What do I have to do with it? Aren't you holding an auction in a week? Let us suppose. Oh God, Sasori, save me from this headache. You'd think this is the first time we've been selling fakes. The guy also started to get angry. But this is completely normal. What if the buyer wants to check these paintings for authenticity? Sasori did not give up. The Uchiha handed him the folder back. Don't ruin my day in the morning. He got up and walked over to the bar, debating whether to drink or not. For now, I have an interview now. He tapped his finger on the dial. You'll figure this out yourself. In the worst case, you have a direct path to Tsukiri. The guy grinned, anticipating the blonde's reaction. Sasori disappointedly took the documents, making sure that the younger Uchiha did not care about this problem, and left Sasuke's office. The guy looked at his watch again. He's late, he exhaled and sat down at the table. The guy was starting to get nervous, although it wasn't like him at all. Finally, there was a timid knock on the office door. Come in. Hinata stood on the threshold. This time she was dressed in a black, tight-fitting knee-length dress, emphasizing every curve of her impeccable figure. It was strict, without a deep neckline, a classic dress. She wore a small formal jacket over it, high-heeled shoes on her feet, and glasses that emphasized her pearly eyes. Good afternoon. The girl was confused for a moment. She expected to see a blonde man in front of her, and instead of him, a burning brunette with tousled hair of different lengths, piercing the girl with his gaze. He was cute, although no, he was so handsome. Against her will, Hinata blushed. The guy also pointed the girl to the chair opposite. Hinata sat down and looked at the floor in embarrassment. What a gift, day, thought Sasuke. What a charming girl, such a figure and eyes, and how embarrassed she is, like an angel in the flesh. The guy hardly forced himself to look at Hinata's resume. Hinata Hyuga, he drawled thoughtfully, you came to apply for the position of secretary with us. Do you know that I need a personal secretary, or rather an assistant? He looked at the girl searchingly, but in his head he had already made decisions and made further plans for this girl. For him, all women were toys. he especially loved those whom he had to conquer for a long time, but this happened too rarely, because not a single girl could resist his charm for a long time, and the disappointed brunette left his passions the very next morning. But with this girl, he felt the game would be worth the candle. "No," Hinata answered quietly, "I was not warned, sir." Uchiha. Sasuke Uchiha. The guy looked at his resume again. "You indicated in your resume that you are not married. Honestly, I'm amazed that such a sweet girl didn't find a life partner." "In any case, this is even good," the guy said mysteriously. "You may have to stay late at work and go out on weekends. Do you agree to this schedule?" "Yes," Hinata answered, trying not to look at the guy. She was afraid to look at him, not because she was embarrassed, but because she liked him too much. Kiba, of course, was cute, but Sasuke, Hinata herself was surprised at her own thoughts. She didn't particularly like the words about the delay at work, but she had to get this job at any cost. "Are you always so wordy, Miss Hyuga?" Sasuke smiled. He wanted to stir up this shy girl. "No. Yes, I want to say," the girl babbled. Sasuke could barely contain his smile, which was about to turn into outright laughter. "Don't be so tense." "I don't bite." He clearly enjoyed embarrassing the girl and putting her in an awkward position, watching her reaction. Sorry. Okay, last question, do you know how to make coffee?" This question puzzled the girl, but realizing it, she exhaled with relief. "Yes, sure." Sasuke clenched his hands. "Then you are accepted by Miss Hyuga. You can begin your duties. Your workplace is right outside my door. This is your office. I will explain to you a few rules of operation in this campaign. First, the boss is always right. Since I am your direct superior, you are obligated to obey any of my orders, is that clear?" The girl nodded in agreement. "Second, I don't like being late. Third, you are obliged to accompany me to any meeting that I mention, at any time. Even at 2 o'clock in the morning, and you must be prepared for this. Fourth, do not let anyone in to see me except the campaign directors without my prior consent." "Oh yes, I completely forgot," the guy leaned back in his chair. "There are 4 directors in our campaign. The general director is Uchiha Itachi, and his 3 deputies, me, Akasuna Sasori and Tsukiri Deidara. They can also give you instructions, but remember my orders must be executed first and foremost and strictly. Your salary will be 40,000 per month, plus a bonus based on the results of your work," Sasuke finished. "Do you have any questions?" Hinata sat and listened carefully to every word of her new boss. She clearly didn't like a couple of points, but she didn't consider it necessary to challenge them. It was important to Kiba that Hinata work here, and she would do anything not to disgrace her friend and boss. "No, Mr. Uchiha. I can go?" "Yes, of course." Sasuke made it clear that the conversation was over. Hinata left the office and looked around her new workspace. A small, comfortable desk, opposite Sasuke's door, a brand new computer. Next to the table there is a cabinet in which all the documentation was stored. On the other side of the table there is a small set and a teapot on a small table. Inside the table, coffee, tea, and sugar. The girl left her purse on the table and went to look for the restroom to report to Kiba about the successfully completed task and hear new instructions. "What's the matter, Itachi? Why have you gathered us today?" Deidara asked, sitting at the table next to the other directors. The only thing missing was Sasuke. "Where is Sasuke?" Itachi ignored Dei's question. Probably he's interviewing a charming brunette for the position of secretary," the blonde smiled ironically. "Found the time," Sasori muttered. The door opened and a brunette appeared on the threshold. Without apologizing for being late, he sat down in the chair opposite his brother. "Now we can get down to the main thing." Itachi looked intently at the guys. Our spies did their best. I have some interesting news to tell you. Don't languish. Deidara interrupted him. If looks could kill, Deidara would already be splattered against the wall. My people are not sure, but there is a 1 in a million chance that they are mistaken. The heir to the Uzumaki clan has been found. The guys' faces expressed obvious surprise. It means that. Yes, this means that our empire can seriously shake. Apparently, he doesn't know who he is, and our task is to find him and do everything to keep him in the dark. But there is one small but, which digs into our ass like a splinter. Sabakugara. Sasori became serious. I wouldn't say it's a small thorn. You don't know how strong this thorn is. It seems that he was the only one of all who soberly assessed the situation and knew Gaara's capabilities. Okay, you're right, not small. I also learned that he was the first to find it. Do you think he will tell him everything? Sasuke grinned, who was bored here. Of course not. He is too smart to reveal the truth to him, but still, he will keep an eye on him and will not let him go far from him. He needs it just as much as we do. Too many buts, don't you think? Deidara, like Sasuke, sat, bored, resting his right cheek on his hand. Itachi again ignored the remark. And what do you suggest? Sasori climbed in. Nothing. What can we do? If Uzumaki is already at Gaara's, we won't get close to him. Suddenly Sasuke stood up from the table, his eyes burning. Itachi realized that his brother was about to offer something interesting and prepared to listen to his idea. I know how to outsmart Gaara. Naruto didn't even have time to count to 10 when the blonde entered the room with a tray that clearly had something tasty on it. The smell made Naruto forget about his sore body. The girl placed the tray on his lap. This is ramen. The boy exclaimed, opening the lid of the cup. How did you know that I love ramen? No way, I just decided that it would give you strength and you'd recover faster. The girl became embarrassed, pleased with his reaction. Now in front of her was not the sad young man whom she wanted to hug, now it was as if he was a different person. Smiling, energetic, despite his wounds, with sly, glowing eyes. Ino didn't notice how openly she began to stare at him. This did not escape the guy either. Is there something wrong with me? Naruto decided to ask. And no, the blonde came to her senses. Well, Shikamaru stood in the doorway, and God knows how long, he had already been watching this couple. I see that the patient is recovering, however, with such a nurse, would also be healed quickly. Shikamaru decided to tease them. Shikamaru. A cup lid flew at the guy, but he deftly caught it in mid-flight. You're an idiot. Ino couldn't think of anything smarter. The guy grinned, as if expecting such a reaction. This is my friend Shikamaru, Ino introduced the guy, deciding to avoid this topic, but mentally making a note to strangle her friend at the first opportunity. And I'm Naruto. The blonde smiled. Thank you very much for helping me. It's nothing, the brown-haired man waved it off. You can stay here until you fully recover. I examined your wounds. They are not deep, but today you better not go anywhere yet. Are you a doctor? No, I'm a pharmacist. I work in my father's company. So, I understand something about medicine. Where do you work? Naruto looked down. I'm a courier. I'm placing various orders. It was clear that he was ashamed of this. Thank you for everything, but I think I'll go. Naruto tried to get up, but was immediately sent back by the blonde's soft hand. You won't go anywhere until you're cured. Her look was full of determination. If I were you, I wouldn't argue with this lady, Nara added. Listen to me carefully, I never leave my friends in trouble. Moreover, you saved my life, almost at the cost of your own, so put your principles far away. At the word, friends, Naruto was surprised. Sorry, it's just that I I never had friends. Now there are at least two. Ino smiled, turning from a harmless angel. Naruto felt somehow, not as usual. He looked at the faces of these two and something turned over in him. He wanted to trust them, he saw that they would not betray him and really wanted to be his friends. He wanted to live and enjoy life again. These people, they didn't see him as a low-ranking person, they didn't care that he didn't have a penny, they didn't care what his background was, they saw him as a friend. This word warmed the boy's soul. "I'll go, if you need anything, contact me," Nara said and left them alone. Ino also stood up to leave, but Naruto grabbed her hand. And again this feeling of electric discharge. "Don't go," Naruto asked without expecting it from himself. "Okay," the girl sat back. For about 5 minutes they just sat in silence, embarrassed by each other. "Tell us about yourself and Shikamaru, Ino, please." "Well, I'm not much of a storyteller, but if you're interested, listen," the blonde began the story. "Hello, darling, did you miss me?" A blonde with funny ponytails jumped from the threshold onto Shikamaru. He squeezed her in his arms and, without saying a word, pressed her into her lips with a greedy kiss. Another voice coughed, which made the lovers break away from each other. A red-haired guy with a tattoo on his forehead in the form of a hieroglyph. Thin eyebrows so that they were almost invisible, turquoise eyes like Ino's, dressed in a strict business suit, of average height, stood on the threshold, holding his hands in his pockets. "Gaara," the girl said displeasedly, and rolled her eyes just like Shikamaru, "don't ruin the moment." "Sorry to interrupt you, but I have something to do with you, Shikamaru." The brown-haired man looked guiltily at the girl, as if apologizing for the fact that he would have to leave her, and silently went into the kitchen. Gaara followed him. "Is he still here?" The red-haired guy was nervous. "Yes. But he is not alone. My friend found it. He was wounded while saving her life. Apparently, he doesn't know who he is, because he works as a simple courier. This is a big plus. If it's him, then. It's him, I saw the tattoo on his stomach. This is the only one he has. You know as well as I do. There can be no mistake, this is Naruto Uzumaki." Nara snapped. Gaara still hesitated. "I have to see him. Where should I send Ino?" She stuck to him like a leech. "And I suspect that it doesn't smell like friendship there." Shikamaru took out a cigarette and lit it. He always smoked when he needed to think about something serious. Gaara waited for the guy to speak. "Okay. Temari will help Ino and I. And think about what you will tell him. This guy has been a loner for a long time, so leave your tyrant ways. And don't look at me like that. You need him. And you shouldn't tell him the whole truth. He's not ready for this. I know that without you," Gaara snorted, "but we have to tell someone else." He took out the phone. "Not now. Early." Shikamaru blew out smoke. Let him come to his senses. He was caught well with the knife and didn't need any extra shocks. "I'll go talk to Temari and send the girls somewhere." "Honey," Shikamaru came out of the kitchen. Temari was sitting on the sofa and pouting her lips offendedly, flipping through the catalog of wedding dresses, deliberately ignoring the guy. Shikamaru sat down next to her and hugged the girl. No reaction. "Well, Temi," the guy moved closer to her and lightly touched her neck with his lips. "Don't sulk," he whispered in her ear. "Nara, you can't do that. It's against the rules." Temari put down the magazine and looked into the eyes of the impudent sloth. "Who said that we play by the rules?" Shikamaru said, looking up from the blonde's neck. Okay, Temari pulled herself together and pushed the guy away. "I'm not sulking." "That's great." Shikamaru immediately walked away from the brunette towards the bar. Gaara walked in and sat down in a chair, fiddling with his phone. "Will you have some whiskey?" Shikamaru asked, and without waiting for an answer he took out a bottle and 2 glasses. Temari frowned. Drink in the morning? Chic. Quiet woman. The guy interrupted her. Well, just wait, we'll get married, Temari muttered threateningly under her breath, so that only her brother could hear her. Gaara smiled, the smile of a maniac. He knew his sister too well to foresee what kind of life awaited his future son-in-law. Shikamaru handed the glass to Gaara, and clinked his glass and looked at Temari, as if remembering what he wanted to tell her. Darling, it seems you wanted to do flowers for the wedding? The guy said calmly. Yes, exactly. I need to call Ino. I hope you've already visited her. The girl reached for the phone. There's no need for that, she's here. Temari cast a suspiciously jealous glance at the guy. And what is she doing here? It's a long story, the brown-haired man waved it off, but he already realized that he would have to tell the girl everything differently. In the evening there would be a scandal and hysterics, and Nara disliked them even more than explanations. Because calming Temari down is not an easy task. I came to Ino yesterday to order wedding decorations from her. Then she called me and asked me to come to the cemetery. There they tried to rape her and a guy named Naruto saved her. They're upstairs in the guest room now. He has minor bruises and scratches and a knife wound on his right side. Temari had a sparkle in her eyes. What did Ino do yesterday at the cemetery? Just ask her. By the way, maybe go somewhere and discuss the upcoming wedding? I decided to help my friend Gaara. Great. This is exactly what we will do. By the way, Matsuri refused to be a bridesmaid at the wedding, citing being too busy. Chic. You won't mind if I ask Ino to be my girlfriend, will you? Temari made pitiful eyes. I don't care. I've decided on a friend for the wedding, right, Gaara? Why didn't you tell me anything? I thought Choji would be. He's busy too, said Nara. I see. Okay, boys, I still have a lot of things to do before the wedding. I'll take your car. Temari kissed Shikamaru on the cheek and ran upstairs after Ino. Are you sure this is a good idea? Gaara frowned. You won't refuse me, will you? Ino is not the worst option as a girlfriend. Shikamaru took a sip from his glass. I hope I don't have to sleep with her. Gaara grinned. Although if she turns out to be pretty, I doubt that she will let you get within range of a cannon shot. Both guys laughed. Hello, Ino. Opening the door, a blonde with ponytails appeared on the threshold. Naruto swallowed. It wasn't every day that he saw so many beautiful girls. Oh, hi. You must be Naruto, Temari smiled. Ino wasn't surprised by her friend's appearance. Nice to meet you. Get better, I'll steal Ino until the evening, is that okay? Well, of course I don't mind. Temari was in a good mood. She grabbed the long-haired blonde by the hand and almost forcibly dragged her down. See you tonight, Naruto. Ino shouted guiltily on the threshold. So, now we'll go to a cafe, talk and eat there. I haven't had breakfast yet this morning. Then we'll go to your store and choose a bouquet for me, and then we'll go choose a dress for me. Temari chattered while they went down the stairs. The boys heard the girl's steps. Gaara looked at Ino carefully. He liked the girl, but he didn't show it in any way. Ino, this is Gaara, my brother. Okay, let's go, we don't have time. At the wedding you will have enough time to get to know each other. Temari paused for a second and pulled her friend along with her. Is this Ino? Gaara raised one eyebrow. Well, yes. Not my type, said the guy with the tattoo. Shikamaru finished his second glass. One of his amazing features was his resistance to intoxication. He never got drunk. He was simply relaxing with the help of alcohol, which could not be said about Gaara, who politely refused a third serving of whiskey. Well, let's go visit our new friend. Gaara smiled again like a maniac. Blonde girls were sitting at a table in a cozy cafe in the city center. Temari talked non-stop about her trip, about how Shikamaru proposed to her and complained about how difficult it was for her to organize a wedding alone. Ino had already heard all this in a condensed form from Shiki, but everyone was afraid to object to Temari except the brothers and Nara himself. "And how are you doing?" Having finished the story, the girl decided to take a break. "Who is this guy? Where did you meet? Who is he to you?" "Well," the blonde was embarrassed, "he came into the store yesterday. He is an orphan. I asked for a bouquet for my parents. I felt so sorry for him. I decided to talk to him, thinking that if he talked it out, he would feel better. But some maniac attacked me at the cemetery, and this guy saved me. I ran away, but then came back and saw him in a dirty puddle covered in blood. I was so scared for him and in a state of passion, I probably dialed Shikamaru's number. I hope you're not angry. However, I knew that only he could help." "No, of course not. What's the problem?" "I can't be jealous of him for you," Temari grinned. "So what's your deal with this guy?" "Nothing." "Is it true?" "He just saved my life, and I want to help him." "I haven't seen such altruistic inclinations in you before," Temari teased her friend. "Okay, don't blush. I understood everything, he's just a friend." In fact, Ino's reaction did not escape her. "I wanted to offer you something. You see, my girlfriend refused to come to the wedding, and I don't have anyone else. I don't want to invite anyone either, so I thought, maybe you wouldn't mind being my friend at the wedding?" "Of course, you have every right to refuse," Temari continued, but Ino interrupted her. "I have no reason to refuse. I will be happy to help you arrange your wedding." Suddenly Temari tensed. "What a meeting!" drawled the voice of an unfamiliar guy. Ino was dumbfounded. She had the feeling that she had changed gender and was now looking at her reflection in the mirror, only the reflection was for some reason male. The figure of a guy loomed over their table. "What do you need?" Temari muttered through her teeth. "Honey, what are you doing with your old friend?" The blonde studied Ino with interest. "Darling?" The long-haired blonde was surprised. "Get out of here, Tsukiri, while you're still alive. You are not my friend." Temari hissed. "Well, why are you so unfriendly? Maybe you can introduce me to your charming girlfriend. I hope she's friendlier than you." The guy ran his hand over Ino's cheek. Because of such impudence, she could not even move. Finally, having come to her senses, the girl suddenly stood up and gave a resounding and sweeping slap to the impudent person. "Hot stuff." The guy only answered with a smile. "I like you," he continued unceremoniously. "But you don't tell me." Ino did not remain in debt. "Deidara," Temari threatened to lose her temper, "leave us alone." "But the fact that—" The guy narrowed his eyes and pushed the girl back onto the sofa and leaned his ear. "There's nothing you can do now, Temi. Your fiancé is at home now, and there is no one to protect you. Listen to me, honey. I liked your girlfriend and I will have her. You know me. So just don't interfere." He threw an expressive and lustful look at Ino. "See you later." The guy calmly left the cafe. Ino couldn't come to her senses about what just happened. "Temari?" She called her friend, who sat lost and looked at the floor. "Everything is fine?" "With me, yes," the girl answered. Ino had never seen Temari as serious and thoughtful as she was now. "But I'm not sure about you." "What do you mean by this? Who was that? Do you know him?" Temari sighed heavily and ordered coffee and cognac from the waitress. While she was waiting for the order, she was silent. Only after drinking the healing drink did the girl fully come to her senses. "Unfortunately, I know him. Even more than it should have been. This is Deidara Tsukiri. One of the directors of the Akatsuki auction campaign. I think you heard." Ino nodded in agreement, and, here the blonde wrinkled her face, "My ex-boyfriend. Here he is." Your ex? Ino couldn't believe her ears. How? Well, it's a long story. Ino folded her arms over her chest. We're not in a hurry. The interested blonde clearly wanted to hear this sad story. It all started 2 years ago. I was still living with Gara in London back then and didn't know Shikamaru. I was very bored living there, left to my own devices, and in general, I had fun as best I could, hung out in clubs, did such outrageous things, and wondered why Gara had not strangled me yet, but my brother had other problems. His company has a bunch of branches around the world and makes jewelry. In particular, he manages to dig up rare gems and minerals somewhere. I have never gone into the details of our business, and I don't need to. I learned how to earn money pretty well myself. But at one of the charity parties, I had to accompany my brother, and there I saw him, this blonde guy. A crowd of painted girls stood around him, and as soon as he glanced at me, I realized that I was lost. He didn't leave me a chance to retreat. He pursued me for a long time and persistently, and I had to give up my position. Although now I understand that it was all just a game that we both played out of boredom. Gara couldn't stand him. This organization put a spoke in the wheels of his business. And Daidara's impudence could infuriate anyone. As a result, I was tired of this handsome man's infidelities and sent him to Y, thereby spoiling his reputation, because mostly he abandoned the girls. Only a month later I found out that he dated me the longest. Not out of great love, but to spoil Gara. But I left him in time and tried not to think about him. And now, you need to hide somewhere, because his next target is you. And if he has chosen a victim, he will not back down. I know him too well. He always gets what he wants. Ino thought about what she had heard. Then she laughed. Temari. Do you really think that I would allow myself to be dragged into bed with myself? Ino laughed. I was even more surprised by our similarity than by his impudence, although this is the first time I have encountered such outright impudence. Fortunately, your similarities are only superficial. Temari finished her coffee. Well, we'll see who wins. Turquoise eyes lit up with a sparkle of excitement. Ino had already developed a defense strategy and was looking forward to an interesting battle. Uchiha. Yes, of course, everything is going according to plan. I'll watch for now. I have things to do. The blonde passed out. Sasuke also put down his phone. He sat in his office and studied some papers. Hinata, bring me coffee, without sugar or cream, he asked the girl, pressing the phone. It's strange, he addressed her as you, as if she were his property. This made Hinata a little angry, but the girl pulled herself together and quickly prepared coffee. Thank you, the brunette said coldly. Wait, I didn't say you could leave, he stopped the girl. The day after tomorrow I have a meeting planned at an exhibition of paintings by the artist Akashi. You must accompany me to this exhibition. Okay, Hinata answered quietly, trying not to look at the younger Uchiha. I'll pick you up the day after tomorrow at 6. Now you can go. Hinata stormed out of the office and rushed to the women's restroom. Sasuke sat with a satisfied grin, glad that he had found such a cute secretary. He felt that if he were with her now the way he was with other girls, it would forever destroy his desire to possess the Hyuga. But he knew how to wait. He was too good at waiting and getting his way. I hope you won't disappoint me again, Sakura, Sasuke said out loud, leaning back in his chair. His plan was flawless on all fronts, which even Sasori approved of. When the brunette outlined his plan, everyone seemed surprised. One could not often expect such a brilliant step from a young Uchiha. Mr. Uchiha, Mr. Akasuna is here to see you, the new secretary muttered quietly. Sasuke only replied. Let him come in. Sasori entered the office for the second time that day. But now I'm in a better mood. What is this charming creature sitting in your waiting room, Uchiha? So cute, I just want her. Here the guy stopped short, seeing Sasuke's look full of hatred. Okay, Okay. I don't pretend. I understand everything, the guy grinned. If you came to me again with your paintings, then spare me from this. Actually, no. I'll deal with this myself. I did some thinking and decided that while your idea is great, we need a backup plan. And as I understand it, you came to explain it to me. The red-haired man's doll-like face was tense. He adjusted his glasses and, leaning his elbows on the table, continued. Right. I notified Itachi and he approved. Deidara doesn't know anything yet, otherwise he will start acting without permission again. And you listen. Kiba. Hinata happily waved to the guy who was sitting at a table in a cafe opposite the campaign building. Hinata. The guy ran up to her and gallantly offered to sit down. The girl became embarrassed again. You're just smart. I am proud of you. You were able to infiltrate them. And even plant a bug in Sasuke's office. The guy spoke in a whisper, realizing that now no one should hear their conversation. Yes. They had some kind of secret meeting, but it was in Itachi's office, and I was not allowed access there. And also Kiba, I'm going to the exhibition the day after tomorrow with Mr. Uchiha. Kiba frowned. He immediately understood what Sasuke wanted, and considering his reputation in the past, it was even too obvious to everyone except Hinata. His heart beat faster as he looked at the embarrassed girl. I contacted the customer. He was pleased with our work and gave us some additional information. But that's my concern, the guy waved it off. The girl did not insist. She never tried to sniff out or scout anything and was never curious. She was taught what she needed to know, and if she didn't need to know, then why did she need unnecessary problems? Hinata, I will also be at the exhibition the day after tomorrow, so don't worry. These words calmed the excitement in the girl's soul, which she carefully tried to hide. And be careful with Sasuke, you know his reputation as well as I do. The girl drooped. Of course she knew, but she didn't really want to believe it. Sasuke seemed completely different to her than she had imagined him to be. Hinata blushed again, from her own thoughts. This was not hidden from Kiba. Are you sure everything is okay? The guy asked carefully. Yes, the girl answered, pulling herself together, my break is over, Kiba, I'll go to work. The guy shrugged, left the money for coffee on the table and left with the brunette. Did you call, sir? A girl with pink hair in a short black skirt and a red t-shirt, with straps with a large neckline, stood on the threshold of the office. Sit down, Itachi's authoritative voice forced the girl to obey. You don't have to call me master when no one is around. Itachi sat, buried in his laptop, and did not even look at the woman who had entered. Wait, I'll deal with one thing now, he looked intently at the monitor. The girl was afraid. She was afraid of Itachi. His imperious gaze, his rudeness, his strength. But at the same time she loved him. Crazy and immense. I loved this cruel and selfish man. Which broke it in about 5 seconds. She wasn't like that before. She was strong, independent, ambitious, smart, but meeting the Uchiha brothers changed her life forever. First school and Sasuke, and then at the graduation at the university, Sasuke came with his brother. A few seconds were enough for the girl to understand that she was caught, because the black eyes burned right through her. That evening, Sakura spent the night not with her younger brother, but with her older one. Sasuke hated her, and after that he began to despise her completely. But Sakura didn't care about Sasuke. Itachi finally slammed the lid of his laptop shut and looked at Sakura. He himself did not understand whether he had any feelings for this girl. Sometimes he wanted to brutally rape her, and sometimes he wanted to hug her like a kitten. But now his thoughts were not spinning around Sakura, but around the boy with wheat hair. How are you? The guy asked unexpectedly, getting up from his chair and moving towards her. Sakura herself stood up in surprise. She could never have imagined what this man would do now. Everything is fine, the girl stammered, afraid to take the wrong step. The guy was behind the girl. He leaned towards her neck, inhaling the scent of cherries, and put his hands on the girl's waist, pulling her towards him. Sakura trembled. Itachi brushed her hair aside and touched her neck with his lips, leaving a light mark on the girl's snow-white skin. Sakura's legs gave way, but Itachi held her tightly in his arms. "This makes me happy. I have a special task for you, but I think it can wait," Itachi whispered. The guy turned the girl towards him and pressed her lips into a greedy and passionate kiss. The girl trembled and responded to the guy's caresses. "Itachi," Sakura exhaled languidly as the guy lowered himself to her collarbone, continuing to kiss the girl. The guy saw that Sakura was now ready for anything. "What are you, that is, are you doing, us? K.U." The brunette pulled off his tie and lowered the straps of Sakura's t-shirt. The girl guessed what the guy wanted from her now. "I want you, here and now." He roughly tore off the girl's skirt and his hands lay on the pink-haired girl's delicious ass. Sakura was already being consumed by the fire of passion. She herself pulled her beloved to her and began to tear off his shirt. The fire of desire and passion overshadowed their minds. Sakura began to moan from the pleasure and actions of the Uchiha, not caring that the entire organization could hear them. The guy bit the girl's lip and became more and more obsessed. He picked up the girl and threw her onto the leather sofa in his office. There was a knock on the door, and without waiting for an answer, two guys appeared on the threshold. "Hello, Naruto," he saw the boy's downcast face, which clearly indicated that it was not Shikamaru he was waiting for. But Naruto's attention was attracted by a red-haired guy with the same eyes as Ino's. He inspired some kind of animal fear and power. "Hello," the guy answered and continued to look at Gaara. "Nice to meet you, Naruto. My name is Gaara, I am Temari's brother," Gaara introduced himself, and, looking at the guy, he could not believe his happiness. Naruto was truly the one they had been looking for 15 years. "Is this the same blonde who burst in and dragged Ino with her?" the blonde asked. "She's the one," Shikamaru sighed. "I have a wedding in a week and Ino helps Temari with the organization and other things." The girls in one word, the brown-haired man decided to explain. "So you'll marry Temari?" Naruto exclaimed. Gaara and Shikamaru looked at each other and laughed. "What did I say?" The guy was confused. "Nothing," said Nara, coming to his senses. "Ino is just my best friend. Childhood friend. You probably decided that since I help her and take care of her, then she is my bride?" Naruto nodded, realizing what a fool he was. "So Ino doesn't have anyone?" Naruto asked both guys with hope in his voice. "As far as I know, no," Nara answered, noting to himself that these two were drawn closer and closer to each other. Gaara smirked imperceptibly. "Did you save Ino?" he asked the boy. "Yes, I heard her screaming and decided to check it out. And there some bastard pressed her against the wall of the crypt and tried to rape her." Naruto frowned, apparently not wanting to remember the events of yesterday. "Naruto, where do you work?" Gaara asked. The guy frowned. He didn't want to tell him at all, especially since, judging by his clothes, the red-haired guy didn't deny himself anything. "A courier," he raised his head proudly. He felt unpleasant and awkward, but he had plenty of pride. "Interesting," said the dog. "Did you study somewhere?" "Well, yes, at the Institute of Higher Economics, but I was expelled from the 5th year, and I didn't finish it," the blonde said guiltily and confusedly. He generally felt guilty towards them, despite the fact that Ino and Shikamaru declared him their friend. He was not used to such luxury and wealth, but these two seemed to be more than stable financially. Once upon a time, Naruto had a dream to create his own corporation, so that he would have a large spacious office, a young secretary, and smart people on his staff. But his dreams were dashed when he lost his parents. He grew up in an orphanage under the supervision of a guardian whom he had never seen, then he entered college on his own and studied there successfully, until loneliness began to weigh on him and he began to sink lower and lower. He started drinking, smoking, stopped going to college. In the end he was expelled and then he had to think about how to survive, because he was left completely alone, without a penny of money. Fortunately, he turned out to be a strong and healthy guy and found a variety of part-time jobs, but, alas. Without an education, with bad habits and a not too neat appearance, they did not want to hire him for a permanent job until he got a job as a courier. The guy's stream of memories was interrupted by Gaara. It's not even bad at all. Tell you what, I'm currently looking for a new hire to fill the position of chief economist for my campaign. Would you like to give it a try? Are you seriously? A spark of surprise and misunderstanding flashed in this guy's blue eyes. Absolutely, Gaara confirmed. Shikamaru just grinned. I think you can come to the office tomorrow so we can discuss some matters. And don't address me as you, it's annoying when you hear things like that from friends. But do you doubt it? Well, this is quite reasonable and understandable, of course. Think about it, it's still up to you to decide. But if Gaara himself offers you this, would seriously think about it if I were you, Shikamaru drawled, unobtrusively pushing the boy to the right decision for them. Okay, I'll come tomorrow. Great, this building is opposite the Shadow Club, you'll see there, it's called Suna, tell the guard what to see me. I'll warn him. Gaara was taciturn. Thanks a lot. Naruto didn't believe that all this was happening to him. He didn't know how else he could thank his new friends. It seemed to him that tomorrow he would wake up and none of this would happen. The wound in his side stung hard, and the blonde tried to squeeze it. I think you need to get a bandage. Help Gaara. The two of them grabbed the guy by the arms and helped him to the bathroom, which was 2 rooms down the corridor. Gaara left Shikamaru and Naruto and went out. Shikamaru took off the bandages, and his gaze lingered on an interesting tattoo, in the form of a spiral around the navel, and around a ring of some symbols. An interesting tattoo. Nara decided to find out everything he could about the guy. I noticed it yesterday. I got this after the death of my parents. They were killed and the accident was staged. And after this news I lost consciousness from shock and pain. When I woke up, my whole body hurt, as if I had been run over by a tank, and I already had this tattoo on my stomach. I don't know what it means. Naruto's question warned him. Shikamaru examined the wound and, taking cotton wool and alcohol, burned it. The edges had already tightened, but the center still stung. Tomorrow you'll be good as new, Shikamaru said, putting a bandage on and wrapping the guy's torso. Shikamaru. Why are you doing all this for me? He was really worried about what was happening to him, because before so many gifts of fate had not showered on him. Because you are Ino's friend, and therefore mine. I always help my friends, Nara emphasized the last word. Ino is so pretty, the guy drawled. Yes, be careful not to fall in love. The brown-haired man teased and went to wash his hands. Naruto sat on the edge of the bathroom. Why? Because she's a tough cookie. Tell me honestly, the guy's face became serious, do you like her? Naruto wanted to be embarrassed and blurt out something stupid, but after looking at the expression on Shikamaru's face, he decided to answer as truthfully as possible. I don't know. She is good, kind, sweet and beautiful. I could hardly interest her. In general, I was lucky that I went to her store yesterday. That's for sure, Shikamaru thought to himself. Okay. I'll go, otherwise I have other things to do. The house is yours. Gaara left for the hotel, and I need to go to work. I just ask you very much, don't go into Temari's bedroom or my office. If you want to eat, the refrigerator is full of food, and don't make sudden movements. See you later. Bye. Shikamaru threw his hands behind his head and lazily walked out of the bathroom. Naruto decided to take a nap so that evening would come quickly. Temaria, the long-haired beauty begged, "Another half hour and my legs won't stand it." Ino complained. They had already visited all the wedding dress shops in the center, but Temari didn't like any of them. And the girl didn't seem to get tired of hanging around for an hour in each store, trying on dresses, which couldn't be said about Yamanaka. "Okay, this is the last store for today. Plus, you need a matching dress too." "No." The blonde objected, "I don't need it." "Well, you won't come to the wedding in shorts and a t-shirt? We will buy you a dress and this is not discussed." Ino gave up. Arguing with Temari is more expensive for yourself, anyway, the girl will do everything her own way. They entered an inconspicuous store. A young girl consultant immediately ran up to them. Having grasped the essence of the problem, she took Temari into the depths of the store, and Ino plopped down on a chair near the fitting room. Temari, loaded with white fabric, dived into the fitting room and everything rushed through the 10th circle of hell. Recognizing the girls as rich clients, Ino was brought coffee. It was completely tasteless, like the wedding dresses that Temari tried on, but still somehow distracted Ino from thoughts about Naruto. She reached for her phone, and then remembered that the blonde didn't have a phone. Then she remembered the episode in the cafe and Daidara's impudent grin. Something caught her attention. But Ino did not want to admit this to herself, deciding that if something follows from his side, she will respond with dignity and will not allow herself to be treated so unceremoniously anymore. Then for some reason she remembered Gaara and his look. She was amazed at how similar their eyes were. She also noted that he is not bad-looking. And his tattoo gave him an air of mystery. The girl smiled, but then frowned, imagining that they would have to participate in stupid competitions, which, of course, Temari would definitely include in the main program. And his tattoo gave him an air of mystery. The girl smiled, but then frowned, imagining that they would have to participate in stupid competitions, which, of course, Temari would definitely include in the main program. And his tattoo gave him an air of mystery. The girl smiled, but then frowned, imagining that they would have to participate in stupid competitions, which, of course, Temari would definitely include in the main program. "Wake up." Temari shook the girl by the shoulder. Ino broke out of her stream of thoughts and stared at Temari in bewilderment, trying to understand that she wanted her. "How do you like it?" If Temari smiled, it means she liked the dress, and Ino, tired of walking, was ready to say anything to get away from here. But the dress really suited Temari. It was simple, but quite elegant, no frills, lace, or bows. A stylish corset, which shimmered in different colors, from silver to cream, turned into a long skirt with a slit on the side to the middle of the thigh, from under which a white stocking peeked coquettishly. "Gorgeous." That's all the girl could say. "This is really what you need." Ino was delighted. "Great. I'll take it, but for now let's go look at your dress, and I don't want to hear anything against it." Temari went to change clothes, and Ino meekly awaited her fate. Finally, the girl with ponytails came out and walked towards Ino with a flying gait, who was horrified by the amount of clothes her friend came up with. But she could not avoid punishment. "Look, that red dress with an open back and a large neckline is clearly for her. Gaara likes the color red." "Yes, and it suits Ino. However, stop. I'm not going to match them, although Gaara hasn't had anyone for a long time, maybe it's worth a try," thought the insidious dog Temari. Of course, Ino's opinion was not of interest to the cunning bride, and the dress was bought in red. Ino got off fairly quickly and the girls drove home in high spirits. "I know what bouquet I'll make for you, Temari," Ino suddenly said, "but let it be a surprise for you. You trust my taste, right?" The girl wanted to thank her friend for the dress, because it really looked amazing on the blonde. "This is very interesting. Well, let it be," they got out of the car and entered Shikamaru's apartment. Naruto woke up very early and had absolutely no idea what he was doing in an unfamiliar place, but his brain itself remembered all the events over the past couple of days. He was lying on the sofa, carefully covered with a blanket, and Ino was sleeping in the chair opposite, her head tilted to the side. Naruto quietly stood up from the couch and, taking his blanket, carefully covered Ino. The girl wrinkled her nose and turned her head to the other side. His clothes were lying on the back of the sofa, clean and dry. The guy walked on his tiptoes to the bathroom and changed his clothes. He wanted to write a note to the girl so that she wouldn't worry. After walking around the rooms, he found a notepad and pen in the hallway. The blonde wrote a couple of sentences and put it on the table in the hall so that Ino could immediately see the note. Glancing at his watch, Naruto left Shikamaru's house and decided to go straight to Gaara. He had nothing to lose anyway. He knew the city like the back of his hand. So I easily found the right building. The skyscraper located opposite the Shadow Club was simply impossible not to notice. But it was quite possible not to notice the nondescript Suna sign. Naruto stood indecisively, looking around the huge building. Taking a deep breath, he headed inside. "Who are you visiting?" The huge fellow scowled, and judging by his clothes, he was clearly a security guard. To Gaara, Naruto decided not to be timid. He said he would warn you. Yes. Certainly. Mr. Sabaku told me about you. Go to the 20th floor, ask the secretary there. The man almost bowed to the guy. Naruto walked to the elevator and quickly reached the desired floor. A young girl with short hair was sitting at the table and was bored, leafing through a magazine. "Excuse me, I need to." "Mr. Sabaku, they have come to see you," the girl, without looking at the blonde, told the boss through the phone, rudely interrupting him. "Let him come in," Gaara replied. "Come on in," said the girl, without looking up from her fascinating activity. Naruto came in. Gaara's office was richly and tastefully furnished, with soft armchairs and a leather sofa, a comfortable table and a minibar. "Good morning. Glad you came." Gaara stood with his back to Naruto and looked out the huge window instead of the wall. On Gaara's desk, in addition to the computer, there was a bunch of folders and papers. "Sit down." Gaara pointed to the chair opposite the table and sat down at it. Naruto sat down. "So what kind of company do you have? What do you do?" Naruto felt out of place. Gaara handed him a stack of papers and a pen. "Study and listen. My company mines rare gems and makes jewelry. But this is not my business, since my brother has some shares. However, he is not involved in the management of the company. He is an executive director and therefore often travels. Temari gave her part in my favor. But you understand that it is not easy to lead such a campaign alone. They have set me up and tried to ruin me more than once. My last economist stole a couple of million from under my nose, and I really want to believe that you won't end up like that. Although I have to admit that my methods are not always honest, I am not involved in money laundering. In business, if it's not you, it's you. I think you understand." Gaara sat relaxed in a chair, his hands folded. He was completely calm and calm. Naruto looked through the papers and read every line. He clearly liked the conditions presented by Gaara. But he doubted he could cope. "I understand that business is business. What will my job be?" The blonde looked at Gaara. "You will look at the reports made by analysts and look for errors, if any. Correct if possible. In return, you will have a separate office next to mine, a good salary, and your own car. By the way, where do you live?" I'm not going to move," Naruto objected, "and I don't need a car." "Naruto, don't be an idiot. I already realize that you are proud, but all my employees have a personal car. This is done for maximum convenience and work. So, this is not discussed. As for moving, there is nothing I can do about it. If you don't want to, it's your right. By the way, he pulled out a bank card from the inside pocket of his jacket. This is your advance. You can do whatever you want with this amount. And yet, he meticulously examined the boy's clothes. You should change your wardrobe and dress more respectably. However, this is again up to you. Naruto didn't hesitate. Well, he took the pen in his hands. I have nothing to lose. Thank you, Gaara. A beautiful signature quickly fell on a piece of paper. Gaara took the contract back. Welcome to the Suna campaign. He smiled and extended his hand to Naruto. The guy boldly shook it. I prepared something there on your desk in your office. It's next to mine. Please look at those papers and tell me what you think about it. Fine. Thank you. Naruto left Gaara's office. Ino woke up to bright sunlight. The house was quiet. The girl stretched sweetly and then her gaze fell on the note. Ino, thank you for everything. I hope we'll see each other again. Take care of yourself. Naruto. She read. At first the girl got angry, and then she realized that everything was supposed to happen. Trying not to wake anyone, the girl went outside and hailed a taxi. The morning was sunny, and there was no trace left of the previous cloudy days. The girl arrived at the store. There were no visitors. After making a couple of calls to suppliers, the girl began to think about a bouquet for Temari. She already had a rough idea of him. Separating the flowers she used to decorate the hall from the flowers for the bouquet, Ino began to cast a spell. She was just finishing inserting the last flower when the doorbell notified her of a visitor. You? The blonde's surprise knew no bounds, but still she tried to maintain composure. What the hell did you forget here? And you're not very kind to customers. The blonde smiled and looked quite nice. He ran his hand through his hair and leaned his elbows on the counter, closing the distance between them. Ino was not used to such impudence and tried to move away, but the closet standing behind her did not allow her to move far. Why should I be nice to you? The girl frowned. She tried to find a catch in Tsukiri's words and actions. Well, I wanted to invite you to an interesting exhibition today. Why did you decide that I would go with you? Said the girl. He looks great. What kind of perfume does he wear? God, what am I thinking? So what if I and this boy with gay habits? But take it, he's cute. Now it's clear why girls lose their minds over him. He has such a charming smile. Ino's head was a mess, and her desires fought with her principles and pride. Give me at least one reason why you can't. The blonde squinted. He gradually leaned towards Ino. I don't want to go anywhere with you. Having thought, Ino looked triumphantly. Not an argument. Deidara snorted. You don't know me well, Yamanaka. He moved closer to the girl's ear. I want you to come with me. He emphasized the word want with intonation. I'm not offering you a lemon, although I wouldn't refuse this either. Slap. The red imprint of Ino's small hand appeared on the blonde's cheek. Deidara stepped back, looking at the girl in slight surprise, but then immediately broke into a smile. Do not even think about it. Ino's eyes burned with an unkind fire. I'll pick you up at 7, honey. Be ready. Otherwise, you will have to go to the exhibition in what you will be wearing. Day said goodbye already at the door, blowing her a kiss. Well, you want to play? There will be a game for you. The blonde said out loud, watching Deidara's luxurious car drive away from her store. Without thinking twice, the blonde closed the store and ran home to clean up. At exactly 7 o'clock in the evening, a luxury limousine pulled up near Ino's house. Mrs. Yamanaka looked out the window and almost fainted. Ino. Who is this? And, here she didn't finish, because Ino went downstairs, fully armed. There was no trace left of the old Ino. A striking and graceful girl, she adjusted the clasp on her black patent leather shoe, dusted herself off and looked in the mirror. This is my friend Mom. He invited me to the exhibition. So I'll be late, Ino said, meticulously examining herself from all sides. In the reflection stood a girl dressed in high-heeled shoes and a blue dress that matched her eye color. A black clutch bag hung over her shoulder. The deep neckline of the short, knee-length dress revealed the girl's firm breasts. Turquoise eyes were lined with neat arrows and heavenly iridescent shadows, the girl's lips were covered with transparent gloss, and her hair, long hair, was gathered into a shell, and only the bangs covering the girl's eye remained unchanged. Deidara stood with his back against the car, patiently waiting for the naturally late blonde, and smoking. But when the girl left the house and went to him, the cigarette fell out of his mouth. He didn't recognize her. Still would. Such a transformation. 1-0, Ino thought, smiling to herself, seeing the guy's reaction. Day also looked very presentable. This is, wow. Deidara had neither thoughts nor words. With the gait of a nymph, Ino swam up to the guy. Just don't think that I dressed up like that especially for you. The girl snorted. Are you still going to stare at me? Or will we still go to this stupid exhibition? Ino is tired of standing and waiting for the guy to come to his senses. It's still a knockout. The girl felt like a queen and a winner. Yes, sure. You are simply amazing. The blonde finally came to his senses and opened the car door. Thank you, Ino got into the car. They quickly reached the Central Art Gallery. Paparazzi and reporters crowded at the entrance, waiting for important people to once again scribble some gossip. Ino felt awkward as Day took her by the arm and led her down the red carpet, followed by camera flashes. The gallery was great. A lot of paintings, a huge hall, but not so many people, at least less than Yamanaka expected. Ino knew some of the guests from gossip columns, some were shown on TV. But still, many people were unfamiliar to her, but the paintings were very familiar. Sakiri, will you ever learn to be on time? A guy with red hair, glasses and a formal suit approached the blonde. He did not inspire confidence in the girl. Oh, Sasori, you know that never, Deidara grinned. Who is your charming companion? The red-haired guy looked at Ino with interest. The girl was unpleasant that they were looking at her so shamelessly, as if they were scanning her. Ino Yamanaka, the blonde pasted a smile on herself. Sasori took her hand and leaned down and lightly touched it with his lips. It's a pleasure, Miss Yamanaka. I'm Akasuna Sasori. Well, perhaps we'll go and drink champagne. Deidara took the girl by the shoulders and, turning her around, disappeared into the crowd. Why did you take me away? Ino was surprised. Is this your friend? More like a partner. Oh yes, Tamari apparently didn't have time to tell you everything about my reputation and life, the blonde smiled feigningly. I made it. Even more than that, the girl lied without blinking an eye. I want champagne, she said capriciously. Deidara immediately disappeared for a second and also suddenly appeared, and Ino didn't have time to really look at anything. You know, these exhibitions are always so boring. Deidara took a sip. Ino followed suit. The champagne turned out to be good, even very good. About Day. I'm so glad you came. A familiar voice made the girl shudder. Of course, how could I miss such a significant event? Especially when the Uchihas and Akasuna are on their tail. Deidara fired the hand of the guy who approached and they knocked glasses. Who is this cute girl with you? The familiar and so soulless face smiled feigningly. The guy extended his hand to the girl. I. Sigh, the girl laughed. While they were exchanging words with Deidara, Ino was deciding to open up to him or remain unknown, but remembering that Deidara was nearby and would betray her anyway, Ino had no choice. I didn't think that you would forget me so quickly. However, Akashi, I didn't expect anything else from you. There was a pause. It was funny for Ino to see both guys' reactions. Ino? The brunette came to his senses. Do you know each other? Deidara was sincerely surprised. You. What am I? The blonde smiled. 2-0. Has changed a lot. Sai finished his sentence, putting on the same artificial mask. Really? Ino glared at the pale guy, but did not forget about Deidara, who stood nearby and calmly sipped champagne. Yes. You look great. So you know each other? Of course, this is my ex-boyfriend, Ino blurted out. 3-0. Is it true? Deidara looked at Sai. Yes. Sai said calmly. Then a girl ran up to him and whispered something in his ear. Sorry, friends, I have to leave you. Sai disappeared into the crowd of people. Don't look at me like that, Ino barely restrained her giggles. You apparently haven't managed to find out everything about me yet, although this is very strange. I thought my personal life would interest you first of all. The girl finished the champagne and took a new one from the table. You're right, these exhibitions are always boring. The girl began to get slightly drunk. She didn't expect to meet Sai here, but it worked to her advantage. Sakiri smiled stupidly. Can we go from here? Asked Day. Where? To you? And don't dream. Besides, we just arrived. I haven't looked at anything here yet. I guess I'll go and look at the paintings, since I've already come. Ino with a glass walked away from Deidara and went for a walk around the gallery. That's her? Sasuke approached Deidara, who followed the girl with his eyes. Yes. This girl is fire. You know, I like your idea more and more. I'm glad. Have fun. But remember your main task. Yes, it is almost completed. Sasuke's lips curled into a cold smile. Almost is not the result we need. Keep an eye on her. I'll go and sort out my affairs. His gaze was directed at a thin girl in a soft lilac dress standing in the corner of the hall. Day followed his direction. And you have fun. Having finished the second glass, the blonde went to look for Ino. Sasuke, as promised, came to pick up Hinata. The girl didn't take long to get ready. She simply let her hair down and put on a long lilac dress that was light and airy, hiding the girl's figure, but emphasizing her breasts, without revealing them for everyone to see. And she didn't spend much time on makeup. Sasuke brought her to the exhibition and hurried to bring her inside as quickly as possible, away from the eyes of reporters. Hinata, I need to settle some matters. For now, look at the pictures. I'll be back soon. The brunette disappeared from the girl's field of vision. Kiba immediately approached her. Kiba. Relief was written on the girl's face. You look great, Hinata, the guy said. No, it's not great. Amazing. You are unrealistically beautiful, and this blush, it suits you so well. Thought Kiba. Hinata took the glass of champagne offered by the guy. Look at that blonde couple over there. Kiba pointed to Ino and Deidara standing at the other end of the table with drinks. We need to find out about that girl. You know Deidara won't take a girl off the street to bring her here. But I'll take it upon myself, especially since they seem to have quarreled. The guy followed the girl with his eyes. Sorry Hinata, but I have to leave you. Be careful with Sasuke, and find out as much as you can about their plans. Kiba threw a loving look at the girl and went to the blonde. Hinata stood in the corner of the gallery and no one seemed to notice her. She looked at people and drank champagne. Then she noticed the brunette heading towards her. Don't you think it's terribly noisy here? Asked the brunette. Hinata blushed again. She couldn't help but feel embarrassed in Sasuke's presence. And no, she said quietly, but Sasuke didn't hear her. Do you want to leave? Asked Hinata. I'm thinking about it. Sasuke's expression took on a thoughtful look. Let's go. he said suddenly and, taking the girl by the elbow, he led her out of the building. They got into his black car and drove off, accompanied by camera flashes. Don't you think that tomorrow they will write about you in the newspapers? The girl timidly asked. Hinata, Sasuke grinned, I don't care at all. Only mentally retarded idiots read such yellow press. The question is, aren't you afraid that you will be counted among my many mistresses? Hinata lowered her eyes. I don't care either, said the girl, where are we going? You'll see, the brunette said briefly. They drove on in silence. Hinata was thinking about how to find out the information of interest from him. And Sasuke was thinking about how to quickly get the girl into bed. The car stopped at the inconspicuous bamboo restaurant. Sasuke opened the door to Hinata and gallantly offered her his hand. Come in, the Uchiha invited, opening the door. Hinata came in and the guy, taking the girl by the arm, led her to the farthest corner table. They were brought a menu. Why are we here? I'm hungry, the guy answered. But a bottle of the most expensive wine for me, as usual. He slammed the menu and dictated his order to Sasuke, and for the lady. The same, he beat the girl. The waiter left and immediately returned with a bottle of red wine and glasses. Sasuke poured a glass for the girl and himself. The cuisine here is not bad, the brunette said and took a sip from his glass, and the wine is good. Mr. Uchiha Sasuke, the guy corrected the girl. Sasuke, I don't understand why you're doing this. Why can't I have dinner at a restaurant with my assistant? The guy's face did not express anything. You can, but... Hinata, relax, you're not at work. Okay, I wanted to ask you, Sasuke frowned at the girl's words, who was Mr. Tsukiri's companion? She's just very similar to my friend, but I'm not sure it's her. Hinata made the most innocent expression on her face, and still decided to try the wine. Sasuke looked into Hinata's eyes, looking for a catch there. This is Deidara's next toy. I don't know where he picked her up, but it obviously didn't last long. Don't you know her name? Ino Yamanaka, the brunette said. He became wary. He didn't like the girl's questions, although from the outside these questions seemed sincere and naive. The order was brought. Hinata looked at her plate for a long time. This is delicious. Shrimp pasta in creamy sauce. This is only prepared here. Try. Hinata carefully took a piece of shrimp with a fork and put it in her mouth. It really was very tasty. The girl cast aside all doubts, and they began to eat. Sasuke, I was looking through the documents for your campaign, and I found a mistake there. Some of the funds from the auctions were somehow written off. In other words, part of the money was stolen. And so almost every auction. We send money to charity, but anonymously, Sasuke answered, but Hinata saw how he tensed. The girl smiled sweetly at him. They were already finishing their third glass. Sasuke began to get drunk, however, like Hinata, the girl became much bolder. So your campaign is also involved in charity? Yes. But we prefer not to advertise it. Having finished eating, Sasuke leaned back in his chair. Would you like to go for a walk? Yes, it's very stuffy here, Hinata said. When she went outside, the girl shivered from the cold. Sasuke draped his jacket over her shoulders. Shall we walk? The girl was surprised. Yes. There's a very beautiful place nearby. Sasuke offered her his hand and the girl, deciding that it was a sign of politeness, took his arm and they walked along the night streets of the city. Hinata stumbled every now and then, because she had drunk quite a lot and was walking unsteadily on her heels, and if it weren't for Sasuke, who caught the girl in time, she would certainly have fallen. The streets became increasingly deserted, and tall buildings became increasingly rare. Where are we? Hinata asked, waking up and looking at the unfamiliar landscape. Outside the city, Sasuke answered. The girl pressed herself against him. Well, that's all, he said and released the girl. An amazing picture opened before Hinata. They stood on a hill, and in front of them the whole city lay in full view. It's so beautiful here, said the girl, who was taken away by the bright lights of the city. But the girl couldn't look down for a long time, she felt dizzy. Sasuke pulled her towards him and Hinata buried her nose in his chest. He smelled so good. Hugo felt dizzy. Sasuke approached her face, which was glowing, either from embarrassment or from alcohol. Everything is fine? He asked her. The girl nodded. Hinata, you are a charming girl, Sasuke whispered directly into the girl's lips. Hinata was no longer aware of her actions. And the brunette could no longer inhale this alluring smell of violets emanating from Hinata. He could not resist and, gently hugging the girl, touched her lips. They were so soft and inviting, flavored with vanilla and chocolate. He gently explored Hinata's mouth, becoming more and more insistent, and the girl responded to his kiss, parting her lips. And Sasuke immediately deepened the kiss, playing with her tongue. Hinata went crazy from this kiss. Her whole skin was covered with goosebumps, a pleasant bliss spread throughout her body. And the girl wanted more than just a kiss, she wrapped her arms around Sasuke's neck, which incredibly surprised the guy, who was also in no hurry to let her go. He could have taken advantage of Hinata's condition, but still he was not devoid of nobility and honor. Miss Hyuga, you're always in such a hurry when dealing with a guy you don't know well, the brunette whispered, causing the girl to blush to the tips of her ears. Sorry, the girl stammered and lowered her eyes. Sasuke took her chin and looked into the brunette's pearly eyes. Hinata, he once again gently touched the girl's lips, we have to work tomorrow, the brunette reluctantly reminded, and, seeing the embarrassment of Hinata, who had already begun to sober up, he added, let's assume that nothing happened. He took the girl by the hand and they walked back to the car. I wonder if he finished my painting? Looking at Sai's next masterpiece, the blonde thought. She felt that something strange was happening around her, but she tried to push these thoughts away from herself. A small victory over the self-confident blonde raised the girl's self-esteem and mood. Nice picture, isn't it? Kiba appeared in front of the girl as if out of the ground. Ino jumped in surprise and nearly spilled champagne on herself. You can't sneak up on girls like that. The beauty got angry. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you at all. Kiba tried to look as sweet and polite as possible. What is the name of such a charming creature, incomparable to these paintings? Yamanaka Ino, the girl answered and turned away, not wanting to continue the conversation. It's a pleasure, Inazuka Kiba, the guy kept up with the girl. Ino turned around for a second, assessing her new acquaintance. The guy didn't particularly stand out, but he vaguely reminded the girl of Naruto. The blonde had the same excitement in his eyes. The girl decided that Kiba was still worthy of her attention, and turned to him again. Did you come here on your own? The guy asked. No, Here Ino paused, thinking who Deidara is now to her, and exactly why she came here. An acquaintance brought me here, the blonde answered after thinking, since the word friend, and especially boyfriend, did not fit Tsukiri in any way. I see, this is not your acquaintance Tsukiri Deidara? The guy grinned. Ino didn't show her surprise at Kiba's knowledge. Yes, do you know him? Not really. But I have some idea about the organization in which he works. Really? Now Ino was interested in meeting this guy. Yes. I worked with this organization before, as an appraiser, but seeing the blue-eyed girl's look of complete incomprehension, Kiba decided to explain, the Akatsuki campaign is engaged in holding auctions. But this is only the bright side of the coin, Ino hung on every word of the unfamiliar guy. In fact, they run the Shadow Club, and I think you know about the reputation of this establishment, Ino nodded, confirming his words. The Shadow Club was simultaneously a brothel, a casino and a drug den. However, from the outside everything looked quite innocent, and the club seemed the same as hundreds of others throughout the city. This fact that Deidara is connected with some dark affairs only increased the anxiety of the blonde, who was drawn into a game she did not understand. Lost in thought, Ino didn't even notice how Kiba had disappeared somewhere, but the blonde's handsome face was already flashing in front of the girl. "Well, where did you run away from me?" Deidara's sweet voice brought the girl back from her thoughts. The girl's anxiety did not escape the guy. "I want to go home," the girl demanded. "Are you sure?" Deidara glanced at Sasori, who was watching them from afar, but understood everything the blonde wanted to say and nodded to him in agreement. Deidara took the girl by the hand and led her to the exit, but not the main one, but to another one that led to the parking lot. Without difficulty, the blonde found his car and opened the door for the girl. The girl's head was spinning from all these events. They quickly arrived at the girl's house. There were no lights in the windows. Everyone was asleep. "Are you all right?" Deidara asked carefully. Ino looked at him. "Yes. Thank you," she answered. "Why do I feel so good and calm with him? What the, I don't want to leave him now. What's wrong with me? What about Naruto?" "But, Naruto is just your acquaintance." "Stop. No. Not familiar. Naruto, he's like that, what the dot be? What are they doing to me? I'm not some kind of toy." A whirlpool of thoughts swirled the girl. She realized that she was completely confused in her feelings and emotions. Now she felt good with Deidara. The guy, as if reading her thoughts, hugged the girl around the waist. "Ino," the guy approached her face. The girl froze, she guessed what was about to happen. Her mind screamed at her to give this impudent man a good push and run into the house, but her body stubbornly refused to leave the cozy embrace of the long-haired guy. She didn't even imagine that everything could turn out like this and that what at first seemed simple became intertwined into such a knot that the girl hardly understood what was happening now. Deidara carefully touched his lips to hers, waiting for the subsequent reaction, but the girl remained indifferent. She didn't push him away or hit him, although that's what the blonde expected most of all. Deidara became bolder and decided to go a different route. He left her lips alone and switched to her snow-white neck, covering every centimeter of skin with small kisses. He went down to the collarbone. The girl was trembling. Her breathing quickened and the pupils of her aquamarine eyes dilated. It was as if she had flown into the heavens, and she did not want to return to earth at all. Her legs gave way, but Deidara held her tightly in his arms. Feeling that Ino would no longer resist, he abruptly returned to her lips and deepened the kiss, taking the girl by surprise, and then the girl's small hand lay on his neck, and the other stroked his back, and the girl answered him. Deidara smiled and broke the kiss, then playfully bit her earlobe and whispered, "You lost." Naruto woke up with an alarm clock. He really didn't want to get up, but remembering the events of yesterday, he quickly began to get ready for work. Yesterday he became the chief economist of the Suna campaign, and has already distinguished himself. After all, he was far from a fool, although at first glance he gave the impression of a reckless simpleton. But Gaara immediately realized that this was not so. His insights seemed mystical, but, nevertheless, he unmistakably guessed the true essence of people. Naruto pleasantly surprised him with his mathematical abilities. He quickly found the mistake of the previous economist and suggested a solution to a similar problem, which would ultimately bring the campaign a couple of million in profit. Naruto also went shopping with Gaara yesterday and updated the guy's wardrobe. But he flatly refused to move. His one-room apartment, which he filmed in one of the most terrible areas of the city, looked tatty and neglected, but he felt quite comfortable in it. Having changed into black jeans and a white t-shirt, the guy pulled on his usual black and orange jacket and left the house. "Well, Gaara," the blonde muttered through his teeth, looking at the brand-new silver Audi with a note on the glass. "Do not be late." The keys are in the glove compartment. Gaara. Naruto opened the car and the glove compartment. The car started with half a turn. The blonde decided to accept everything that happened to him as a gift of fate during those years of loneliness. He felt that his life was starting to get better, and he also often thought about the blonde. The blonde beauty fell into his soul for a long time. Especially her eyes and smile. He didn't want to drag her into bed like other girls. He was interested in her. Especially when Ino told him about herself and Shikamaru. An unfamiliar melody made the guy slow down and stop. He rummaged in the glove compartment and pulled out a brand new phone. Gaara's name flashed across the wide display. "Well, you're an asshole," Naruto shouted to Gaara as he pressed the answer button. At the other end, he only heard the red-haired chuckle. "What the ah. Okay, I'll take that as a thank you," Gaara said. "Are you on your way already?" "Yes. I will be right back." "Come to me first." The guy passed out. Naruto looked at the phone for a long time and finally decided to look at his contact list. There were only numbers for Gaara and Shikamaru. Naruto put the phone in his pocket and quickly made his way to the building. The security guard no longer stopped him, on the contrary, he nodded his head respectfully. Naruto went to Gaara. Shikamaru sat in the corner on a leather sofa. "Before you start getting indignant, let me tell you something. This phone is the main necessary thing for you, since I will often have to contact you, sometimes in the middle of the night, and coming to you every time is a waste of time. So take it as a service attribute and calm down," Gaara explained, seeing Naruto's determination to speak out. The blonde sat down in his familiar chair. "Why did you ask me to come in?" "Actually, I asked for this," the sloth said. "For what?" "Well, I wanted to invite you to the wedding on Sunday." "Me?" The blonde was surprised. "Yes. Ino will be there too." Shikamaru knew what to put pressure on. "By the way, you look much better." "Thank you." Naruto didn't understand whether this related to his appearance or his well-being. Shikamaru headed towards the door. "Grand Hall Hotel at 3 o'clock. Don't be late otherwise Temari." "I understand," Naruto interrupted him, guessing what Temari would do to every guest who dared to disturb the ceremony. And the prospect of seeing Ino was pleasing. "Well, I'll go." Nara waved his hand and disappeared behind the door. "You can get back to work too," Gaara said and immersed himself in the computer. Naruto went to his room. He didn't like sorting through tons of reports. But still, there was nothing to complain about. Naruto looked through the reports intently, but couldn't find any more errors. Still, this task was tedious. After sitting in the office almost all day, Naruto was pretty tired. He was torn from his papers by a knock on the door. "Yes," said the blonde. Gaara entered the office. "Are you working?" asked the obvious question to the dog. Naruto nodded. "You can leave early today." "I have things to do." Gaara stood with an imperturbable expression. Naruto didn't quite understand what kind of business the head of the jewelry business could have, but he vaguely guessed that it didn't require the presence of outsiders. Gaara disappeared. Naruto looked at his watch. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Well. Once early. The guy put the papers in the table, locked the office with a key and decided to walk, at the same time and think about what he could give Shikamaru for his wedding. Since no one had ever invited him to a wedding, Naruto was confused, and then decided to just walk along the central streets past the shop windows, in case he would see something interesting. The guy heard a distant female scream. It was so far away that it was difficult to determine, but still, the blonde jumped up and ran towards the alley, from where, as it seemed to him, the scream was heard. His rumor did not deceive him. In one of the alleys, behind a nondescript cafe, there was a girl, pressed against the wall by two guys. They didn't look large, but there were two of them. The girl was crying. Hey you. Naruto's voice made the guys let go of their victim. When looking at the guy, the boy's knees began to shake. He looked like a wild fox. A grin, a shabby hairstyle, and eyes radiating rage. The guys ran around the corner and disappeared. Naruto approached the crying girl. "Are you okay?" he asked. The sobbing girl threw herself on his neck. Naruto was confused. He never expected such a reaction. The girl came to her senses and jumped away from her savior. "Why yes, thank you," the girl said. And then Naruto froze. He had never seen such a beauty. Shoulder-length pink hair, an unrealistically beautiful face, like a goddess, short, with an athletic figure, and her emerald eyes. Naruto realized that he had simply lost his head. The girl seemed like an angel. She stood shyly and smiled. The blonde blushed. "I'm Sakura. Sakura Haruno." The stranger introduced herself. "And Naruto," the guy squeezed out. They went out onto the main street. It's necessary that they allow themselves to attack such a defenseless girl in broad daylight. The guy had already come to his senses, but did not take his eyes off Sakura. "And do not say I ended up here by accident. I left the cafe, wanted to go shopping, and then they grabbed me, covered my mouth and took me into this alley. It's good that you were nearby." The girl took his hand. "Sakura, and you?" "No. I am not busy. We can go for a walk somewhere," the girl said frankly. Naruto was happy. Such a beauty next to him. "Listen, Sakura. I was invited to a wedding by a friend, and I see," the pink-haired girl interrupted him. "You don't know what to give him?" Sakura turned out to be very insightful. Naruto nodded sheepishly. "Let me think. Maybe it's worth giving them, I don't know, a beautiful vase or a painting, for example, for comfort in the house." "Exactly." Naruto agreed. "You're so smart, Sakura." The couple went shopping in search of gifts. They chatted merrily like old acquaintances. The girl, of course, did most of the talking, getting the blonde more and more interested. They bought a cute painting of a forest landscape, and then Sakura begged Naruto to go shopping with her because she really needed a man's perspective. Having bought a bunch of things, Sakura invited the blonde to take a walk in the park. Naruto was walking with a girl, completely forgetting about everything. The sun had already begun to set below the horizon. There weren't many people left in the park. They sat in the gazebo and Naruto told the girl funny stories that happened to him at school. The girl laughed cheerfully and heartily. "Oh. It's already so late." Haruno caught herself, jumping up from the bench. "You know Naruto, thank you for everything," the girl said and, hugging the guy, kissed him on the lips. Naruto kissed the girl back. "Naruto?" This voice made the guy flinch. The blonde stood 20 steps from the gazebo and tears welled up in her eyes, barely holding back her sobs. Ino rushed to run wherever her eyes were looking. "Ino, wait. It's not what you think. Ino." Naruto jumped up and rushed after the girl, but realized that he would not catch up with her. Here. He was so angry at Sakura and himself. He completely forgot about Yamanaka. Sakura seemed genuinely upset. "Oh. It was so awkward. Sorry. I didn't know you had a girlfriend." Sakura lowered her eyes guiltily. "Nothing," the blonde sighed, realizing what stupidity he had committed. "She's not my girlfriend. Could she become? Let's go, I'll take you home." Naruto no longer listened to the girl. They walked the rest of the way in silence. Ino ran, not looking around, tears ran from her eyes, her heart was breaking from pain, and in her head there was still the same picture of Naruto hugging another. A flash of light, a squeal of brakes. Hit. Are you an idiot? The driver shouted, running out of the car. Did you want to go to the next world? The blonde stopped, not expecting to see her in front of him. Ino? Day, the blonde sobbed, take me away from here, please. Sobs choked her. The guy helped the girl get up and get into the car. All the way he didn't ask her anything and just listened as she quietly sobbed. Sasuke stopped the car and took the girl out. They entered a multi-story building. Ino was in some kind of fog and frustration. She didn't even remember how she ended up in the blonde's kitchen. He sat her down on a chair and wanted to pour her coffee, but seeing that coffee was unlikely to help her now, he took out a bottle of expensive cognac and poured it on the girl. Drink, Deidara handed her a glass. Ino looked like a little kitten now. With smeared mascara, red eyes and nose swollen from tears, with shoulders shaking from sobs, she seemed very sweet to the blonde and so, naive, natural. The girl took a sip. The cognac burned her throat unusually. But she could not calm down. The blonde put his arm around the girl's shoulders. Tell me, he said. I, sob dash. I can't see, sob, him. Sob, how could he? He told me, sob. The girl burst into tears, burying herself in Deidara's chest. The guy stroked her head. Hush, calm down, he said. He's not worth you, the blonde reassured the girl. He did not expect such care from himself. The girl came across him on the road completely by accident. He felt something strange towards her. He was unpleasant that they had to do this to the unfortunate blonde, who, in fact, was not to blame for anything. I just fell in love with the wrong person. The phone ringing made Deidara leave the girl. How are things going? Itachi asked. Everything is as it should be. I already have it. Amazing. Sakura has already done what we need. Now it's your turn, Itachi said coldly and ended the conversation. Sasuke felt uncomfortable after this conversation. He returned to the kitchen, only to find a sleeping blonde and an empty glass. Even now, sleeping, she was very beautiful. Deidara picked her up and carried her to the bedroom. Covering the girl, he brushed the girl's bangs out of her face and ran his hand over her cheek. Naruto, Ino whispered in her sleep. No, I can't do this with you, the guy said regretfully and lay down next to the girl, simply hugging her. Ino's POV. Oh, the sun. I don't want to get up so bad, oh gods, my head. So. Walls. Ceiling. Bed. Where I am. There's someone's body on the side. High. Thin. Long light hair. Who can this, HH? What did he do to me? Stop. Let's breathe deeper. Calm down. Yesterday. What happened yesterday? Telephone. A message from an unfamiliar number telling me to come to the park. And there. Exactly. Naruto was kissing some pink bee. And he hugged her too. And then, I only remember how I ran, and that's it. Deidara almost knocked me over and apparently brought me to his place. Calmed me down. Then they called him, and I, apparently passed out, because I don't remember anything else. But judging by what I'm wearing, he didn't do anything to me. Strange. I wonder why. And Naruto, well, apparently he doesn't need me and isn't interested in me. Although he didn't seem to be my boyfriend. But then why does it hurt me so much and why am I so worried? And Deidara, he's so cute when he sleeps. Interesting, what is he dreaming about? So. All. You need to put yourself in order and get out, otherwise God forbid he wakes up and finishes what he didn't do yesterday. End Ino's POV. The girl walked along the corridor and instinctively stumbled upon the bathroom. "Mommy!" She almost screamed when she saw her reflection. It's no wonder why Day didn't touch me. Grinning, the blonde began to clean herself up, deciding that she would already take a shower at home. Ino simply washed her face and straightened her hair. Okay, he won't even notice that I took his comb. The girl, pleased with herself, left the bathroom and for some reason went to the kitchen. She felt hungry. A mouse hanged itself in the blonde's refrigerator, writing a note, "You can't live like this," and there was a persistent smell of something rotten in the last century. I wonder if he doesn't eat at all or what. The girl began to fumble around in search of food. Pho. Is he starting a new civilization? Ino pulled out a pan with incomprehensible contents, which apparently were once edible. Still, in the struggle for healthy food, the girl won, finding a couple of eggs and a piece of bacon. The girl began to cast magic in the kitchen, thinking that this way she would repay Daidara's debt for the help she provided. The smell from the kitchen made the guy wake up. Not a single girl has ever cooked for me after a night spent with me, the blonde yawned, stretched and headed into the shower. So, what do we have here? Smiling, the blonde man walked into the kitchen wearing only a towel. Ino shuddered and almost dropped the coffee pot. She didn't expect the guy to wake up so early, and even appear in the kitchen in this form, and blushed. Breakfast. How nice. Thank you. Day sat down at the table. Ino placed the scrambled eggs and bacon on plates. And she put down the cups of coffee. Well, in general, thank you for yesterday, the girl said, lowering her eyes. Amazing grace. And awesome food. Day tried to say with his mouth full. Don't talk with your mouth full. The blonde scolded him, and in general, were you breeding a new civilization of mutants? I raked out a bunch of missing food from you, although you can hardly call it food, the blonde complained. Well, I'm a bachelor, Daidara grinned. Ino's frown deepened. This is not an excuse. How can one even live like this? Your refrigerator is completely empty. Yes, I somehow don't need him. Day ignored, sweeping the remains of breakfast from the plate. Thanks Ino, I haven't been so full for a long time. My pleasure. We're even. One good turn deserves another. You helped me, and I helped you. So I guess I'll go. That's all? Are you just going to leave like that? What will stop me? The girl boldly looked into the guy's blue eyes. And thank you too, well, she blushed, you know why. I hope we won't see you again. Good luck. Ino slammed the door before the blonde had time to say anything to her. Ino went down to the street and looked around. This area was unfamiliar to her, but the girl quickly caught a taxi and got home without incident. Shower, bed and more tears. She couldn't get Naruto out of her head, and Daidara wasn't quite what she expected, although Kiba's words about his involvement in some dirty deeds haunted her. The girl reached into her purse and pulled out her mobile phone. 30 missed from mom. 5 from Shikamaru and my god, 57 from Temari. She'll kill me. Oh well. I'll call you later. I don't want to talk to anyone right now. The girl turned off the sound on the phone and again plunged into her thoughts. Naruto woke up completely exhausted. It's as if he was cut into pieces and then glued together with moment. Sakura lay naked nearby. Yesterday he took the girl home, but his thoughts were far from reality. He imagined the blonde's face again and again with tears welling up. And Sakura begged him to come over for tea. In the end, he slept with the girl, but did not get any pleasure from it and now thought that it was all a huge mistake. All his love for Sakura instantly disappeared. Now he didn't care. He got up and started getting dressed. Already leaving? The girl woke up, pulling the sheet over herself. Yes. Naruto answered coldly. Will we see each other again? Don't know. I have to go. Bye. The guy left. The phone rang disgustingly in my pocket. I'm listening. The blonde answered without looking. Naruto. Where are you walking? Take it. Gaara's voice did not hide irritability. I'll explain when I come. The guy passed out. He didn't want to discuss what had happened over the phone with Gaara, but he had to consult with someone. He took out his phone again and pressed the call button. Yes, a lazy voice reluctantly picked up the phone after the 20th ring. Shikamaru. I need your help. Who are you? The brown-haired man asked, apparently still somewhere between sleep and reality. Naruto. Ah, come, the brown-haired man passed out. Naruto quickly caught the car and 15 minutes later he was ringing Nara's doorbell. A sleepy Temari in only a robe opened the door for him. She yawned, covered her mouth with her hand and greeted him and let him inside. He's in the kitchen. The girl went up the stairs to finish watching the dream. Shikamaru was sitting in the kitchen smoking. His eyes were open, but apparently the guy was sleeping. Shikamaru? The blonde called, sitting down opposite the guy. Yes. What happened, Naruto? What brought you to me so early? You see, I need Ino's number. The guy answered, lowering his eyes. So. Judging by your appearance, you are to blame for her. And probably because of another girl. I'm right? Nara shook off the ashes. Naruto nodded. I don't know how it happened. I was walking home from work to find you a wedding gift, then I heard a scream. I ran into an alley, and there 2 guys wanted to rob a girl. But they disappeared when they saw me. And I decided to help her. Or rather, she helped me, then we walked in the park. She introduced herself. Her name was Sakura. She was very sweet and beautiful. I had a lot of fun with her. But then, saying goodbye, she kissed me, and I was confused and then Ino. Then she ran away. Naruto was worried. Shikamaru finished his cigarette. You, a rare idiot, Naruto. The sloth said calmly. Don't you understand that all this was planned? This girl did all this on purpose. Why? The blonde was surprised. Nara sighed heavily. Why are there only idiots around me? The question was clearly rhetorical. First, who would attack in broad daylight on crowded streets, even alleys? Second, they left without getting into a fight with you. Third, the girl unobtrusively forced you to spend the whole day with her and supposedly interested you. Fourth, why would a stranger kiss you? The conclusion is very simple. This beauty deliberately staged the attack so that you would be nearby. She needed to get you to the right place. I don't know how Ino ended up there, but it's absolutely clear that it wasn't accidental either. And the kiss was not accidental. I wouldn't be surprised if you just came from that girl. Shikamaru finished. Naruto sat silently for a long time. He was beginning to realize the truth of Shikamaru's words and the reality of what was happening. It turns out, everything was planned and arranged on purpose. The blonde clenched his fists, angry with himself. Yes. You've been scammed, friend. By the way, the girl clearly introduced herself to you with a fake name. I'm an idiot. Naruto slammed his fist on the table. I told you about this 10 minutes ago. Shikamaru took out a cigarette again. Although outwardly he looked calm, but inside, he had already guessed everything and was now worried about his girlfriend. But who needs it? Now you're asking the right questions. Don't know. Shikamaru lied. But I can say one thing for sure, Ino now won't let you come within 3 meters of her, even if you recognize her phone number, she won't talk to you, Nara said, exhaling smoke, typing something on the phone. Is everything so hopeless? Naruto sighed sadly. I don't know, the brown-haired man answered in the same tone. But I have to explain to her somehow. I didn't do it intentionally. Naruto justified himself. I understand. Or maybe, hope flashed in the boy's eyes, maybe you'll talk to her and explain everything? She will believe you. Shikamaru thought as he blew out the smoke and immediately took another drag. Hardly, he said, hesitating. Why? Again the doomed voice. Because I've known Ino much longer than you. She will decide that I am at the same time with you and am shielding you. So, I don't even know, only a miracle will help you. Shikamaru put out his cigarette. Or maybe Temari then? Don't involve my fiancé in your problems, otherwise, he lowered his voice to a whisper, both you and I will get the first number. It's better for her not to know about it at all. Ino won't tell her, so keep quiet too. The only one she will tell this to is me, but if I mention anything about you, shielding or justifying, she will break off all relations with me. You are not the first one to offend her. So, if you want, try. He handed the phone with Ino's number to the guy, but I warned you. A week has passed since the latest events. Ino focused on her work and tried to put thoughts about her personal life and blondes out of her head. She went everywhere now only with Temari. As Nara expected, the girl told only him about what Naruto had done to her. Shikamaru just shrugged at this. But by some miracle, the girl found out that the unfamiliar number that called her every 10 minutes belonged to Naruto and he could not take it from anyone except Shikamaru. The blonde was offended and did not talk to Shikamaru for 3 days. Temari, fortunately for everyone, was too busy with the wedding to notice such little things. Gaara was still working, and Naruto was trying to make peace in every possible way, calls, flowers, and gifts at the girl's house. But he didn't know that he had a competitor in Deidara, who was also, in general, trying to meet a girl, but the blonde turned out to be prudent and therefore went only with Temari, which is why the guys were afraid to approach her. Ino's entire room already looked like some kind of flourishing kingdom. There was nowhere to put the flowers, so I had to take a bucket. The turmoil with Temari's wedding flew by so unnoticed that when she woke up in the morning, the girl could not believe that this day was today. As soon as she looked at the calendar with the date boldly circled in red marker, the blonde immediately rang. Ah! Ino! I'm so excited! You must come. Now! Temari was hysterical into the phone. Good. I'm already on my way, Ino said and, passing out, fell back onto the pillow. Here. I didn't think that the wedding was already today. Tearing herself off the bed, the girl went to the shower. Half an hour later, the sleepy blonde, taking a surprise bouquet for the bride in her dress, went to Temari. Shikamaru was not at home. Ino wasn't surprised at all by this. Yesterday's bachelor party apparently went well. The girl walked around the house, fiddling with her gloves out of excitement. The stylist will come now. We need to get ready, Ino. Ino. She sat down on the sofa with her friend, but immediately jumped up from it, then sat down again and began to pull Ino's hands. I'm so afraid. Temari was nervous. Pull yourself together, everything will be perfect as you planned. Well, you have nothing to fear. Shikamaru isn't going anywhere. There is no need for you to be nervous, and let go of my hands. And give the gloves to me, otherwise you'll tear them now. The girl took the white gloves from her friend and went to the kitchen. I poured myself and Temari some coffee. And adding cognac from Shikamaru's reserves, she brought it into the hall. Temari was still nervously pacing the room. Ino sat back down on the couch and quietly enjoyed her coffee. Temari looked at her friend and began to calm down a little. Cognac had a relaxing effect, and coffee had a calming effect. The doorbell rang made Temari jump up again, but Ino immediately sat her friend down. I'll open it myself. Ino went to open the door. The invited hairdresser entered the house. Temari noticeably cheered up. There were a couple of minutes left before leaving for the hotel. Temari was already fully prepared. Instead of 4 ponytails, the girl's hair, not without difficulty, was styled into beautiful curls and decorated with hairpins with white flowers. Dress, gloves, shoes, veil, the perfect bride. They also managed to cast a spell on Ino. Temari constantly advised her own hairdresser on what and how to do, as a result of which Ino spent much more time. But the result was worth it. If he doesn't answer the phone now, Temari was seriously angry. Shikamaru didn't answer either the girl's calls or Ino's calls. From the street the horn of a limousine came to pick up the bride. Temari. The blue-eyed girl grabbed her friend's hand, snatched her phone from her, which she had already swung and wanted to throw against the wall, and dragged her out into the street, almost forcibly sitting her down next to her. Go! Ino, seeing Temari's condition, decided to take everything upon herself. They arrived at the hotel quickly. But it was too early to relax. There were reporters and paparazzi standing around the hotel. Where would we be without them? For them it was a tasty morsel, the wedding of the heir to a pharmaceutical empire and a world-famous model who never left the covers of glossy magazines. Ino pulled out her friend and almost galloped the distance to the door. Taking her friend into the waiting room, the girl sat her down. Sit here. The blonde ordered and ran to look for Shikamaru. She didn't have to search long. The sloth was sleeping in the next room. The girl pushed the guy. Nara. Yours, the girl cursed like a shoemaker, but this brought the guy to his senses. Get up immediately. The ceremony starts in 5 minutes. Temari has already arrived. Well, quickly go to the altar. The girl held the unfortunate Shikamaru by the cracker and slapped him on the cheeks to bring him to his senses. Let's stomp and tell everyone that we are ready. The brown-haired blonde kicked the brown-haired man out. Shikamaru didn't even realize it was Ino. He just didn't have time. Hearing that Temari was ready, he himself went to the priest. Ino entered Temari. Well. Seeing the girl's condition, she took out a pack of napkins from a huge bag. Well, put aside your tears. What kind of roar? God, why am I doing this? The girl took a bottle of champagne, which someone had specially placed here, and poured it into a glass, forcing Temari to drink it in one gulp. Temari the dog. Now you get ready, carefully wipe your snot and go to the altar. Immediately. Ino shouted. Oddly enough, this commanding tone brought Temari out of her hysterical state. The girl heard the sound of a wedding march. Oh my God! The long-haired blonde hissed. Here. She took the bouquet out of the bag and handed it to Temari and pulled the girl along with her. From the outside, one might think that Ino was in a hurry to get married. We put on a veil. Pasted on a smile. Forward. A friend quietly nudged the girl. They had to enter huge doors. Bright lights and music hit me in the face. Temari walked in a fog. Ino, hiding behind her, crawling along the wall like a spy, made her way behind the guests to her place, next to the altar. She was lucky that all eyes were focused on the gorgeous bride. Temari truly was dazzling. This was her real finest hour. Slowly, step by step, the girl approached the standing Shikamaru, who was more amazed than the rest. Temari slowly approached those standing. Gaara, on the groom's side, was also surprised. He didn't expect Temari to be so delightful as a bride. The modest look of dark blue eyes from under the veil, a light blush and a bouquet of snow-white lilies made the girl innocent and graceful. A real bride. But Temari was trembling. The priest began a long and tedious sermon, and all the standing guests took their places. Ino listened with half an ear and looked at the guests, searching for Naruto with her eyes. She didn't have to search for long, but the blonde either didn't recognize her or simply ignored her, which saddened the blonde. So, do you agree, dog Temari, to become the wife of this man and be with him in joy and sorrow, in health and in sickness? Yes, yes. Yes. Temari was already impatient. Do you agree, Nara Shikamaru, to marry this woman and... Yes. Shikamaru also interrupted the priest. Both were terribly worried and only the priest and Ino and Gaara noticed it. Then exchange rings. Shikamaru took a small ring and Temari's hand from the tray and, with shaking hands, put it on his beloved's finger. Temari did the same, only at the same time she was still tugging at the guy's hand. I pronounce you husband and wife. Now you can kiss the bride. I didn't have to repeat it twice. Shikamaru pulled back his veil and kissed his now wife. Everyone stood up and applauded. Ino also clapped her hands joyfully and, out of emotion and joy for her friends, wiped away a treacherous tear of happiness. The chapter turned out to be much larger than the others. Sorry. I decided not to cram all the events into one chapter and break them into several parts. Thanks to all readers. Now a request, please leave your constructive and informed opinion regarding both the entire fanfic as a whole and this and subsequent chapters. All the interesting things are yet to come. Straight face. Honey, the brown-haired man turned to his wife, without removing his hand from his waist. Who was that girl in red? Temari giggled. They were now standing in a huge hall and accepting congratulations after the ceremony. Gaara and Naruto stood next to the champagne. But Ino didn't come, the blonde sighed sadly. Naruto, you idiot. Temari was laughing out loud. Men, the girl in red is Ino. The reaction was not long in coming. Except that the ringing sound of the dropped jaws of the three guys did not echo. That girl over there? Nara pointed to a blonde standing at another table, chatting flirtatiously with a man. She's the one, Temari confirmed. Now the guys' gazes were focused on Ino. A tall, slender blonde with loose wavy locks, part of which was pinned at the back of her head and decorated with small red roses, laughed loudly at some man's jokes. Her aquamarine eyes stood out with black arrows and purple shadows. The lips seemed juicy due to bright red lipstick, and the dress. The dress fit the girl perfectly, red, although no, more the color of dried blood, it outlined every curve of the girl's body. It was long to the ankles, with 2 slits on the sides, all the way to the hips. The slits revealed red lace stockings as she walked, and red patent leather pumps with very high heels completed the picture. Isn't that your father with her? Gaara turned to Shikamaru. The brown-haired man nodded. Naruto didn't come to his senses right away. He put his glass on the tray and walked towards the girl. I bet 1 in a million, Ino will run away now, Nara stated. Temari looked at him in confusion. Naruto didn't even have time to get within 10 meters before the girl disappeared into the crowd. Well, the sloth sighed. The girl waitress came up to them and said something in their ear. I hope you didn't plant them together? Gaara quietly asked Shiki. He shrugged his shoulders. I don't know, I wasn't the one doing this. Temari began to invite all the guests to the next room, where the tables were already set. What a feast! Naruto thought, seeing that the tables were almost bursting with food. He kept looking for Ino with his eyes. Gaara pointed to the sign with his name next to the table. Yeah, the girls thought through everything, right down to the seating arrangements for each guest. Naruto was lucky, he was sitting in the middle of the newlyweds table. At the head, Shikamaru and Temari sat side by side. Next to them, or rather it turns out opposite each other, are Ino and Gaara. Then Shikamaru's parents, then a couple more strangers and finally the blonde. Congratulations and toasts poured in and all the guests dug into their food. Everyone was talking to each other. Naruto did not take his eyes off the blonde, who deliberately avoided him and did not notice. There was quite a lot eaten and drunk. Now the guests were no longer just tipsy, but completely drunk. And now, Temari got up from the table and ran away somewhere. But judging by the way the bride looked at those present, no one expected anything good. Everyone tensed up. Temari returned with some girl and sat down. "Who is this?" asked Ino. "This is the toastmaster," the blonde explained proudly. "This is now fashionable at weddings." Ino and almost everyone present rolled their eyes. "And now there are competitions for the bridesmaid and groomsmen," Ino heard. "I'll remember this for you," Ino hissed, getting out from behind the table. Gaara was unfazed. "So, now we're going to have a sweet competition," the girl with glasses spoke into the microphone. "I need some chairs." Immediately they brought and placed 4 chairs in front of her, ropes and bandages. The girl blindfolded Gaara. Ino went cold. The toastmaster approached the blonde and hissed, "Get down," gesturing toward the chairs. The guests watched with interest, holding their breath. Ino understood that everyone was staring at them now, and she was especially not pleased with the look of the bride. The girl obediently lay down on the chairs, secretly thinking about a plan for revenge on the girl. But before she lay down, her hands were tied behind her back. Gaara too. The girl was at a loss. "What are you doing?" Ino asked, looking with square eyes as tiny chocolate candies, somewhat reminiscent of M&Ms, were laid out on her. "It's just a competition," the presenter covered the girl's mouth with candy and went after Gaara. It became more and more interesting. "The bride's friend lies in front of you. Your task is to collect from her as quickly as possible with just your lips what is scattered on her." Oh my god, thought the blonde. Gaara sighed and sank down. It actually wasn't that difficult for him since he could smell the faintest hint of chocolate. He carefully ate 1 candy from the girl's leg. Ino decided to close her eyes, praying to himself that Gaara wouldn't find all the sweets lying on her. The guests began to shout out hints. "Higher! Higher! Bite her breast!" The screams of drunken guests did not please the girl at all. Gaara seemed to smile. He really couldn't see anything in that bandage. "There are still 3 candies left," the toastmaster encouraged. "Do you have to look for them all?" Gaara stopped. "Yes, otherwise the young people will have a bitter life," the presenter retorted. "I promise that they will have it unsweetened," the girl thought. The guy was no fool and guessed where the last candies were. He covered Ino with his body so that no one saw anything, took candy from the girl's chest, but since half of the protruding part of the girl's body was open, he touched her skin with his lip. It was as if a current was running through the girl's body and she blushed. But the guy didn't see it. Her movement caused the second candy to slide off her chest. "Well, you found almost all the sweets. The last one left. Can you find her?" commented the toastmaster. The guests froze. Everyone except Gaara saw where the last candy was. "Honey, are you sure Ino won't kill you after this?" Shikamaru whispered in the blonde's ear. Temari just shrugged it off and continued to watch this exciting action. Naruto was furious, but he couldn't do anything. Gaara leaned over the girl and his lips covered hers. The girl didn't really have time to understand that the guy had already eaten the candy, and now he was just kissing her. But his lips were so sweet in the literal sense. The guests applauded. And Gaara was in no hurry to tear himself away from Ino. "It was dishonest," the blonde whispered to him when he pulled away from her. They untied his hands, and he tore off the bandage, and then helped untie Ino and, amid friendly applause and whistling, they went to the newlyweds. Ino was all red from embarrassment, and Gaara was wiping his mouth with a napkin. "What kind of poisonous stuff is this?" asked the red-haired one. This is my super long-lasting lipstick. The blonde said proudly and stuck her tongue out at Gaara. Temari giggled. Well, brother, I really didn't expect this from you. Temari teased him. Gaara silently stood up and went to the restroom to wash off Ino's super-resistant lipstick. Red lips didn't suit his style. What are you doing? Naruto was waiting for the guy in the toilet. And what is wrong? Gaara answered calmly, opening the water. You kissed Ino. The blonde shouted. Well, yes, Gaara answered also calmly. This really infuriated Naruto. For what? Well, I couldn't miss such a moment, the guy grinned, wiping himself with a napkin. Naruto's fists clenched involuntarily in rage. Calm down. I don't claim it. She's too good for me. Naruto, don't miss your chance. Gaara patted the blonde on the shoulder in a friendly manner and left. The guests were captivated by the new competitions. In general, the wedding was a success. Ino decided that today she would not darken the blonde's brightest day and simply silently cast dissatisfied glances at her. And she was embarrassed every time Gaara looked at her. Finally, the toastmaster dismissed the satisfied and already tired guests and turned on the music. The dancing has begun. The girl looked through the crowd of dancers for familiar tousled blonde hair. Will you allow me? Gaara asked, standing in front of her and extending his hand. The girl sighed and joined the crowd of dancers just as the slow composition began. Shikamaru and Temari kissed selflessly, not embarrassed by anyone. Gaara gallantly placed his hands on the girl's waist. Ino wrapped her arms around his neck and buried her head in his chest. Now the girl is completely confused in her feelings. Why did you kiss me? The girl whispered in Gaara's ear. The guy also leaned towards her ear. Because I like you, the guy exhaled. He always said what he thought, but he always thought for a long time about what to say. He really liked Ino. But he also soberly understood that he could not be with her. However, Gaara was still a man, and could not help but take advantage of the opportunity. But, continued the dog Dash, not only for me. You're too good for me, Ino. You may believe it, you may not believe it, but Naruto cares about you. He loves you, but he doesn't understand it yet. Why are you telling me all this? I don't know, the red-haired man answered honestly. You deserve to know the truth, Gaara sighed. Ino looked into his warm, smiling eyes, the same as hers. Strange, but she felt that there was not only something cold and indifferent about him. Gaara is able to sincerely love and appreciate people dear and close to him. The blonde felt it. Now she understood what she felt for Gaara. Gratitude. Yes. It was gratitude for his concern for her. Ino hugged the guy. Thank you, the girl whispered. They headed back to the table. Ino, the blonde's voice made them turn around. I will go. Good luck, he whispered to the girl and, gallantly kissing her hand, disappeared. Can I talk to you? The girl just silently extended her hand to him. Naruto led her to the balcony. It was empty. A pleasant and light breeze blew through them, tugging at their hair. The evening turned out to be unusually warm. And the night stars shone brightly overhead. Ino, you understand, Naruto was nervous and lowered his eyes. I don't hold a grudge against you, the girl breathed out. It's just, you see, it all turned out so stupid. I didn't know her at all, she set me up and then that kiss, the blonde babbled, trying to justify himself. The girl didn't say anything unnecessary, she just took a step and hugged the guy. Naruto was taken aback. He definitely didn't expect this. A pleasant feeling appeared, as if in weightlessness. I feel so good with her now. Like never before. What's wrong with me? Thought the blonde. I realize that it's stupid to be angry with you, the girl continued, letting him go. We're just friends. Naruto stumbled back as if he had been slapped. These words echoed in my ears, and my heart felt an unpleasant pang. You don't have to report to me. It was I who behaved stupidly. I was jealous for no apparent reason. But this happens to me. Do not pay attention. The girl's smile looked somehow unnatural. It was as if the guy had been doused with ice water. He stood there and didn't know what to say next. Ino was so close that he nervously swallowed the lump that had appeared in his throat. You are very beautiful, Ino. And I. Hey! Ino! Shikamaru's voice called. Go outside, Temari will throw a bouquet now. Sorry, Naruto. We'll agree next time. Ino slipped out the open door. There was already a crowd of girls and guests on the street. Well, where do you go? I'm just waiting for you, Temari grumbled. The girls stood in a small group. Ino stood behind everyone, closer to the guests. Naruto watched all this from the balcony. Temari stood almost at the very entrance. Once, the girls squealed and pushed. -2, Temari pulled out. -3. What happened next happened so quickly that Ino didn't really understand anything. She held a bouquet of white lilies in her hands and looked at him blankly. Someone from the crowd behind her tugged at her hand. Someone's tenacious fingers grabbed her and applied a nasty rag soaked in chloroform to her face. Naruto. The last thing the girl managed to whisper before her eyes closed and consciousness left her. Same evening, Uchiha's office. Hinata cautiously looked into the office. Sasuke was not there. The girl checked the bug near the minibar and cautiously constantly looked anxiously at the door. Sasuke went somewhere and didn't say when he would return. The brunette waited 10 minutes. She couldn't wait any longer. Kiba was nervous. The task must not be failed. And she won't let him down. The girl carefully examined the papers in his office. Nothing interesting, reports on auctions, some contracts with other campaigns, but all this was not what she needed. She carefully opened the top drawer of her desk. Sheets, pens, phones, cigarettes. Second, papers, reports, diagrams. Third, a pistol with a silencer and a small key. But this is more interesting. The brunette thought, taking out the key and examining it, a small key with small jagged edges. Nothing remarkable. But he was clearly important. Hinata looked around the room in search of a possible hiding place, but could not see anything. The girl carefully put the key back and left the office. POV Sasuke. What the hell did you call me? I hate being distracted from important matters, but apparently my brother had something to tell me. Okay. I'll give him a couple of minutes, otherwise Hinata is probably tired of waiting. This girl evokes strange feelings. Oh, I'm tired of these reports. The chair opposite Itachi's desk came in handy. What do you know about Hinata Hyuga? The question sounded quite unexpected. What do I know? Just what was on her resume. Well, I wondered what I should say to my brother, but he continued. She's a mole, Itachi said calmly. I couldn't believe his words. How can this sweet, shy girl be a spy? Oh, how my head hurts. Need a drink. Urgently. I silently opened Itachi's bar and took out my favorite Jack Daniels. I didn't bother with glasses and immediately took a sip from my throat. The liquid burned my throat as usual, but the state of tension disappeared. You are sure? I still doubted Itachi's words, but he was never wrong. I took the folder he threw at me and what I read gave me chills. Itachi watched my reaction. I see you don't want to believe me, brother. But your secretary is a first-class spy. Sort of. In the form of an angel. It took me a long time to catch it myself. You wouldn't be able to dig it if this girl hadn't screwed up today. Look for yourself. He unfolded his laptop to me. What I saw brought me into deep thought. On the screen, Hinata was rummaging through my office. Of course, I didn't particularly like the fact that there was a hidden camera installed in my office, but I didn't like the actions of the brunette even more. She needs information on Uzumaki. I learned that Tsunade hired private detectives to find and monitor her charge. Moreover, I also set up surveillance on her. She met Inuzuka a couple of times. The surname speaks for itself. We've heard a lot about these bloodhounds. So what now? The question seemed stupid to me. Eliminate the witness, Itachi snapped coldly. I didn't like this idea at all. No, I've had to kill before, but I couldn't kill Hinata. What do I feel? Disappointment, yes, dear Hyuga, now you definitely won't escape. I know what to do. My thoughts were racing at a feverish pace. Itachi, I came up with something better. This will also be connected with Uzumaki. He will come to us himself. You remember Sasori's backup plan, right? I think we need to put it into effect. Since mine failed thanks to this. Seeing my brother's look, I fell silent. I still didn't have enough to piss him off. Yes, Sakura, I foiled your brilliant plan. Deidara is good too. But I'll talk to him later. Spit it out. End Sasuke's POV. Sasuke, as if nothing had happened, walked into his office. He gave Hinata a look full of disappointment and rage. Hinata, do you need a ride today? The brunette asked, watching the girl getting ready to go home. Hinata slowly put things into her purse. Something alarmed her in the actions of the brunette, but she did not notice anything that gave him away, so she drove all these thoughts away from herself. No, thank you, Sasuke. I'll go alone. Aren't you afraid to come home so late at night by yourself? The Uchiha's hot breath burned the girl's skin from behind. The guy pushed her hair back from her neck and ran his fingers over her skin. Hinata's heart began to beat wildly, her breathing quickened, and her legs gave way. Sasuke carefully covered the girl's neck with small kisses, feeling the pulsation of her veins. Sasuke, the girl whispered. Something's wrong, he asked playfully. An alarming feeling came over the girl again. Agent Hyuga? The girl's eyes opened wide with the realization of a painful thought, but before she could do anything, Sasuke pressed on the painful point behind Hinata's ear and she fell to the floor unconscious. Akasuna? The brunette dialed the number. Dragging Hinata onto the sofa. I'm listening. Plan B. Come to my place now. Sasori didn't have to wait long. The Uchiha told him about Hinata and told him what he was going to do. It's time to do something, Sasuke summed up his plan. Why not just get rid of this baby? He looked at the lying Hinata and listened carefully to Uchiha Jr. I'll figure out what to do with her later. You understand everything, right? Then go get the car, and I'll take Hugo and go down to the emergency exit. Throwing Hinata over his shoulder, the brunette, making sure that no one was there, went to the distant elevator. Sasori was already waiting for him in Sasuke's black car. Together they tied the girl's hands behind her back and legs with strong ropes and, just in case, covered her mouth with tape. POV. Oh my god, that sound is terrible. He's so annoying. Why is it so dark? My whole body hurts. My hands, am I tied? Exactly. Ropes. I'm so thirsty. Over water. It gets on your nerves. So where am I? All I remember is catching Tamari's bouquet, and then, oh no. I was kidnapped. But who and why? What about Naruto? Gaara? That's all? What should I do? How long did I stay unconscious like that? Questions, it's unlikely that they will give me answers. My hands are numb. The eyes begin to get used to the darkness. We need to look around. So gray, shabby walls. Pipes. Water. Dampness. Oh my God, h. Rat. Ugh. Anyone. It's unlikely that they'll hear me, of course, but you never know. A bright light hit my face. The figure of a man appeared on the threshold. I can't see anything. It hurts the eyes. Did the beauty wake up? A familiar voice. I've heard it somewhere before. Exactly. The guy came closer to me. In one hand he held a pistol, in the other some kind of package. I recognized him. This is Daidara's partner. Is he involved in this too? I don't want to believe it. Not Day. But what is this guy doing here? Was he the one who kidnapped me? What a freak. I hate it. Now I will untie your hands, and you will sing. Just no nonsense, honey. He aimed the gun at me. For some reason, I didn't doubt for a second that this bastard would shoot me if I just rocked the boat. There seemed to be no choice. He dropped down behind me and pointed the weapon directly at my back. A wave of cold and fear ran through my body. He wasn't joking. It looks like I got involved in some strange game. Sasori untied my hands. I rubbed my red and tingling wrists. Don't be nervous, Yamanaka. As soon as we get what we need from your friend, we will let you go, if, of course, you behave well. What friend? I do not understand anything. Uzumaki, of course. Who is this? This surname didn't mean anything to me. Oh yes, sorry, you know him under the name Namikaze. The red-haired man drawled venomously. On, Naruto? The tongue refused to obey, and the mind refused to understand. Exactly. But don't bother your pretty head. You still won't understand anything. Just be smart and you'll get out of here alive. He gestured to me at the package. I carefully took out a bottle of water and a piece of bread. Yeah, apparently I didn't deserve anything better. I don't want to eat, but I want to drink. I drained half the bottle in one gulp. Could you get this thing away from me? It's not very pleasant to eat at gunpoint. Sorry, baby, I can't. You never know what you can do. No, well, definitely a goat. If you didn't have this toy, I would scratch all your eyes out. I won't eat. I will announce a boycott. I pointedly put the bread back in the bag. It seemed to me, or he actually grinned contentedly. Here you go. There's this thing again. Stretch your arms forward, the order was obvious. Now they tied me up in a more convenient way, but it didn't make it any easier. I will come later. You don't have to strain your voice too much, no one here will hear you anyway. The door slammed behind this freak and I was left in the dark again. I only heard water dripping. I was overcome with fear. What will happen now? What to do? How to escape from here? What about Naruto? How is he connected to all this? I do not understand anything. Why did they call him by a different name? Did he introduce himself like that on purpose? And I'm so helpless. Are they really going to kill him? No. I will never forgive myself for this. I have to run away from here. But. Damned lump. Damn tears. I shouldn't cry. I can handle. I'll get out of here. Naruto, just don't do anything stupid. End Ino's POV. What a commotion. Shikamaru calmed his hysterical wife. Gaara talked about something with the police. Naruto rushed around the hotel in search of at least some clues. I interviewed everyone who might know anything. The guests left very quickly. The news of Ino's kidnapping spread at the speed of light. And tomorrow's newspaper headlines will make a splash. Well? Shikamaru asked, sitting down on a chair in the hall and lighting a cigarette. Gaara sat down on a chair nearby and poured himself some vodka. Where is Temari? Sent me on a plane for my honeymoon, Nara answered, exhaling smoke. Gaara involuntarily raised an eyebrow and curled his lips in a grin. And how did you do it? The question was rhetorical. The main thing was done, and Temari was out of danger. The door opened noisily and a breathless Naruto ran in, grabbing Gaara's glass and downing it in one gulp. Without even wincing, Naruto poured another glass with shaking hands and drained it as well. Then he sat down on a chair and stared blankly at one point. The picture couldn't be more sad. Three guys are sitting in the banquet hall with blank faces and thinking. All about one thing, where is Ino? Nobody saw anything, nobody knows anything, Naruto said, continuing to look at one point. But someone kidnapped her. For what? Oh, Naruto, if only you knew why, thought Nara, looking at him intently. We can't do anything for Ino now, we need to wait for the kidnapper's demands. Gaara stood up and headed to the door. Nara, I want to talk to you. Shikamaru lazily got up from his chair and followed the red-haired man. Sorry, Naruto. As if making excuses, Shikamaru drawled before closing the door behind him. Gaara moved a good distance away so Naruto couldn't hear. You understand that we can't hide from him anymore, right? Shikamaru took out a cigarette again. No. We won't tell him anything, Gaara's voice was threatening. You know that Ino is in the clutches of Akatsuki. They will now make demands. And we can no longer hide his origins from Naruto. Besides, it is unknown what they can do with Ino. Gaara was silent. He stood for a long time and looked at one point in front of him. This could jeopardize my entire business. Idiot. You and Naruto can be companions. He is certainly not an ace, but he is quite trainable. We should call her. She can help us. How? Will they send a special squad to storm Akatsuki? The guy grinned, but his gaze was more serious than ever. Shikamaru fell silent. Gaara cannot be convinced. He will hide it until the last moment. Nara went back. Gaara, I have always seen you as a prudent person. My friend's life is at stake. And your ambitions. Without finishing the thought, the brown-haired man went downstairs and returned to the hall. Here. Naruto. Nara shouted. The hall was empty, and only the open window indicated the blonde's escape. Obviously, the guy went in search of Ino and obviously not alone. Gaara ran into the hall. This idiot escaped. Shikamaru, perhaps for the first time in a long time, lost his composure. Not everyone can handle a lot of stress in one day. Now they were both nervous. He also forgot his phone. Gaara's frustration knew no bounds. He took out his phone. There was no choice. POV Kiba. Something happened to her. She hasn't been in touch for 3 hours. She should have already come to me. I feel like something happened, but what if? I don't even want to think about it. You need to calm down and pull yourself together. Need whiskey. Although no. I need a quick head. Pip pip pip, phone. The number is hidden. This is not good. Listen carefully, Inuzuka, this voice. I never thought that Itachi himself would condescend to me, but this means that your unfortunate spy was caught. Oh, you bastard. I wanted to strangle this bastard with my bare hands. If God forbid he even laid a finger on Hinata. Quiet. Don't rock the boat. If this girl is so dear to you, then you should bring Uzumaki to us. Otherwise, I am not responsible for the actions of my brother, and he is very angry with her. What? Should I also bring the Uzumaki? With your own hands? Here. And what should I do? I can't leave Hinata. But I'm glad that they haven't touched her yet. Don't you dare touch her. He also laughs. This is not for me. My brother is so unpredictable. So this means, you are now going to the Grand Hall and you find Uzumaki there. I don't know how, but you'll drag his ass to us. You already know the place and yes, without a tail. You know what will happen otherwise. This scream. This is Hinata. Okay, I'm trying to grit my teeth. I still have no choice. Sorry, Jiraiya. I was unable to complete your instructions. Hinata is too precious for me. The cold air is sobering. I don't remember getting the gun from the safe or getting into the car. My thoughts were confused. I needed to somehow deliver Naruto to Akatsuki, while I understood that I should not reveal the whole truth to him. They clearly started some kind of game and probably thought everything through in advance. I knew that Shikamaru was supposed to have a wedding, but this event did not look like a wedding, rather like mourning. No one around. What happened here? So we need to come up with something. Yeah. Lights in the banquet hall. I crept up and listened. 3 people spoke. Nobody saw anything, nobody knows anything. But someone kidnapped her. For what? The voice is not familiar to me. It's probably Naruto. Someone has been kidnapped. Really, Temari? We can't do anything for Ino now, we need to wait for the demands of the kidnappers. Nara, I want to talk to you. This is Gaara. He takes Shikamaru away. This is my chance. So Ino was kidnapped. Sweet blonde. Why did they need her? Stop. Exactly. They took it into circulation at the very beginning. Tsukiri was assigned to her. Now the picture is clear to me. Well, now we're completely screwed. They cut off all escape routes. Naruto will do everything to find her now. This is my chance to save Hinata. You can't hesitate. The window is open. Hi. The blonde looked at me incomprehensibly and was silent. I heard you have problems. Who are you? The speed of thought leaves much to be desired. I am a friend. I know where Ino is, well, I have to say something. Where? What a reaction. When did he manage to jump up to me? This is the look. It's better not to joke with him now. Hush, cool down. How do you know Ino? Where is she? Did you take her? Sue, but I just didn't have enough of a fight with him right now. No. Calm down. We can't waste time. Let's go quickly. Wait. I need to call Shikamaru and Gaara. Oh my god. Why is it so difficult with you? We don't have time for this. I jumped out the window and ran to my car. I knew the blonde was following. We took off and went to the Akatsuki lair. So how do you know where Ino is? I would like to tell you, Guy, but I can't. This is my job. Know everything about everyone. It seems he doesn't believe me, well. I wouldn't believe it either if I were him, but he also has no choice. Every delay is like death. I don't know what Sasuke can do to her. I hope he doesn't touch her, otherwise he won't live. What is your name? Kiba. We arrived. I opened the glove compartment and pulled out a pistol. Naruto, already on edge, tensed even more. Hide it, it will be useful to you. The guy nodded obediently and hid the pistol in his belt under his jacket. This is a familiar place, right? I grinned. The guy was shocked. I even feel sorry for him. I wish this would all end sooner. I'm so tired. Hey. You don't have to work, I nodded towards the club. It's a joke? The guy was surprised. I shook my head. No. We're going to the club. Disbelief was clearly visible on the blonde's face. The club lived its normal life. Good cover. Yes, the guys are far from fools. Of course, I doubt that Hinata and I will be released so easily, but I have to try to save her. Well, forward. I hope you forgive me, Naruto. End Kiba's POV. Loud music came in a wave and deafened the guys. The light and laser show blinded my eyes. Half the people were drunk, the other half were high. Kiba tried not to let Naruto out of his sight. People were twitching on the dance floor and sitting in the VIP areas, sipping cocktails. The Inuzuka looked for familiar faces with his eyes, and it didn't take long to search. Two tall guys grabbed them by the arms and led them deeper into the club. Kiba made a sign to the blonde not to twitch, but he understood it even without a sign. They were led along a long corridor somewhere all the time down. Finally they stopped in front of a large door. The door opened and the guys were simply pushed inside. Unable to keep their balance, the boys fell into the darkness. When their eyes adjusted, they saw three guys sitting on a long sofa. One of them had a pistol in his hands. The second one, who is wearing glasses, has a glass of cocktail. And the third was sitting at a small table in the corner. Neon red lamps gave some kind of bloody atmosphere. I didn't doubt you, Inuzuka. Itachi looked at the papers. Sasuke chuckled. Where is Hinata? Kiba wanted to break loose, but when he saw the weapon aimed at him, Sasuke changed his mind. Hyuga is safe for now. But you yourself understand that we cannot let you go. The guys went cold. A dull thud. And Kiba, limp, fell to the floor unconscious. Deidara came out of the darkness. Nobody noticed his appearance. I know, I'm always late. The blonde threw the guy over his shoulder and disappeared with him into the back room. Now you, Itachi turned to Naruto, who had completely lost the essence of what was happening. Welcome, Naruto Uzumaki. What? Naruto didn't understand what this man was saying. My last name is Namikaze. Itachi laughed. And you guy, it seems like you really don't know anything. Where is Ino? The blonde clenched his fists. Is this the pretty blonde with the brutal character? Sasori sat with a bored look. What did you do with her? Nothing yet, Sasuke chuckled. But if you continue to behave so brazenly, then I'm afraid your girlfriend may get hurt. Naruto swallowed. These people clearly weren't joking. You know, Itachi spoke again, it's certainly very prudent on Gaara's part to keep you in the dark, but I'm afraid we'll have to tell you the whole truth. Which truth? Now the blonde didn't understand anything at all. Your real name is Uzumaki. You are the heir to the great Konoha Empire. This corporation has a worldwide reputation and is engaged in the production of bladed weapons. Well, anyway, it doesn't matter. The only important thing is that part of my shares and the shares of Sasuke are in your possession. Naruto was shocked. He couldn't believe it all. Some actions, some campaign, his real name. Well, this is nonsense. This can't be, Why? Why did they hide? This means they knew everything from the very beginning and set everything up. A whole storm of feelings and emotions erupted in Naruto's soul. Anger, disappointment, resentment, annoyance. How blind he was. Did Ino really know everything? And lured me here on purpose? Well, I see you're a little upset. Itachi grinned, but it's true. Think about it, why would strangers suddenly help you? Get you a job on a big campaign? They needed you so they could control you, that's all. Have you ever thought about friendship? Idiot. For Gaara there is no word, friendship. There is a business. There was some truth in the brunette's words. At least things were really falling into place for Naruto. Oh, and also, the brunette paused meaningfully. Naruto's heart was pounding. It was I who killed your parents. What? Now Naruto was as if in a fog. Everything that was happening seemed like a terrible dream. But how could I know that the code to the safe with your father's shares was given to you? Itachi continued. Oh, you. Naruto took a step towards the guy, but then stopped. Sasuke stood opposite and aimed his weapon at him. His whole appearance seemed to say, come on, take one more step, and you won't live. Don't rock the boat. Itachi besieged him. Better tell me where the code is. What code? He still didn't quite understand what these people wanted from him. Don't be a fool, Uzumaki. I don't know what this code is and where it is. Don't test our patience. Sasori drawled. There was a tense silence. Ino sat on the floor, trying to figure out how she could escape. The door opened again, this time it was a woman's silhouette. When she met the eyes of the newcomer, rage overwhelmed her. I wanted to take this cute face and smear it on the wall, but Ino's arms and legs were tightly tied. Sakura approached the tied-up girl. I was sent for you. Get up. And no nonsense, Sakura was serious. Bitch. Ino muttered through her teeth. Sakura smiled. She fully expected such a reaction. And your friend is nothing like that, the pink-haired girl continued to anger the blonde. And what does he do in bed? I bet you have no idea. Ino skillfully hid her anger. I'm not interested. Ino turned away. Sakura took out her weapon and began to untie the blonde's legs. Then she grabbed him by the elbow and dragged him to the exit. Ino did not wait for a special invitation, and pushing Sakura with all her might, she ran to the door. Sakura, who did not expect such an attack, lost her balance and fired a bullet while falling. The bullet whistled a centimeter from the fugitive's shoulder and hit the wall. Ino felt tired, but free. She ran away to escape, but where is she? How to get out? The girl ran along unfamiliar corridors with many doors. She needed to untie her hands. She heard footsteps ahead and behind. The girl dived into the first door she came across and froze. Darkness. It looks like some kind of storage room. She heard someone stop near the door. The blonde held her breath. What's the matter, Haruno? A familiar voice. Deidara? It can't, although why, it really can. Flashed through Ino's head. This. Escaped. Sakura hissed. How did you escape? You couldn't handle the girl? Deidara was angry. Okay. I'll find her myself. Go to Itachi, tell him I'll bring her myself. She couldn't go far. The sound of heels receding. Someone took out cigarettes and lit it. Ino could hear her own heart beating, and it seemed that the person standing behind the door could hear it too. The girl leaned against the wall. The door opened and Deidara entered the dark room. He saw perfectly in the dark. You shouldn't have run, Ino, he said, grabbing the girl and hugging her to him. Ino was shaking. The last thing she would like to do is be in such a situation, but the reality is cruel. Yes, I turned out to be a bastard. The one Temari was talking about. You should have listened to her right away. It's dangerous to mess with me. Everyone is looking for you now. And your friend is already here. Naruto, Ino whispered, coming to her senses, and tried to break free. Exactly, confirmed the blonde. He led her out of the storeroom and along the same corridors. Be quiet, otherwise he will get hurt, Deidara said, opening the door and entering the darkened room. Ino. Naruto exclaimed and wanted to move towards her, but Sasuke's calculating and icy gaze warned him. Leave her. I'll tell you whatever you want. Naruto was in despair. Ino stood with her eyes downcast. Sakura looked at the blonde with a hateful gaze. Itachi and Sasuke waited for Naruto's reaction. Deidara grinned as he held Ino. Sasori stood next to Ino and pointed his weapon at the girl. "So speak," the Uchiha demanded. "Let go of Ino first," the blonde demanded. "You're not in a position, guy, to set conditions," Sasori replied. The following events happened so quickly that no one really understood anything. Ino looked at Naruto, hit Sasori's hand with her heel, knocking the weapon away from him, and pushing Sakura away, picked up the gun and pulled the trigger. Sasuke dodged the bullet. Deidara attacked the blonde, trying to snatch the weapon, but the girl firmly grabbed his wrist with her teeth. Naruto took advantage of this delay and hit Sasuke, but Sakura, who jumped up, did not allow him to take the weapon, and she grabbed the gun herself. Itachi, taking out his weapon, aimed at the couple. But Ino, who saw this while lying on the floor, shouted, "No," and made a sweep with her foot, causing the brunette to lose his balance and, staggering, pulled the trigger. A woman's cry of pain. Blood. Sakura went limp and fell to the floor. "I'm sorry," the pink-haired girl managed to whisper before her emerald eyes became lifeless. A pool of blood flowed out from under the girl's body. The bullet hit right in the heart. Drops of Sakura's blood landed on Naruto's shirt. Sasuke had not seen such rage on Itachi's face since the death of their parents. He turned to the blonde and, lifting her by the elbow, brought her out in front of Naruto and put the barrel of the gun right at her back. Naruto went cold and so did Ino. Fear constrained their movements. Ino closed her eyes. Shot. Pain pierced the girl's body. Fog clouded her eyes, and she fell next to Sakura. The last thing she remembered was Naruto's eyes, so familiar and warm. The door flew off its hinges and Gaara and Shikamaru burst into the room along with the assault squad. A minute later, Itachi, Sasuke, Deidara and Sasori were stunned and tied up. Naruto rushed towards the girl. "Ino!" he shouted, hugging the lifeless body of the girl. Now he could not hold back his tears and emotions. Like an animal, he pushed away everyone who tried to get closer to him and the girl. A thin trickle of blood flowed from the corner of Ino's mouth. A middle-aged woman with two blonde ponytails, brown eyes and an impressive breast size entered the same room. She seemed familiar to him. Her face was serious. She literally flew up to Naruto, who was squeezing the blonde's fragile figure with all his might. A tall, gray-haired man grabbed the blonde man and pulled him aside. Naruto screamed and struggled. "Checkmate for you, Uchiha." Gaara personally pointed the weapon at Itachi and smiled with his maniac smile. "Jiraiya, hold him tight," the woman ordered. She placed a small suitcase next to Ino and began to examine the girl. Everyone present froze and watched the blonde's actions. She put on gloves and turned the girl over, with her back to herself, and took out tweezers. Then she carefully removed the bullet and sighed with relief. "She's alive," a universal sigh of relief was heard. "But she needs urgent medical attention. Take her to my hospital," the woman commanded. Before leaving she approached Naruto. "Jiraiya, while I'm busy with the girl, you can follow. At the same time, you will tell him everything. He already knows everything thanks to Itachi's efforts." Speaking of him. The woman looked at Sakura's body and shook her head. "Let them all go. They punished themselves. They won't inconvenience us anymore." She sighed heavily and followed the guys who were carrying Ino away. Naruto freed himself from the grip and flew up to Gaara, punching him in the face with the force he could muster. "It's all because of you," the blonde shouted. "It's your fault." Shikamaru stopped Naruto's hand and shook his head. "You don't know everything, Naruto. Don't rush to conclusions. I understand that it is not easy for you now, but you must know the whole truth. said the same gray-haired man and literally pushed Naruto out into the street. There were a bunch of cars parked near the club. The Akatsuki were released and instantly disappeared. Kiba and Hinata standing next to him were put into a car and taken away. Naruto, Gaara and Shikamaru got into the man's car. While they were driving for the ambulance to the hospital, nobody said a word. Everyone thought about their own things. Naruto digested the information he received. He tried to put the pieces together in his head. But the picture only faintly loomed before him. But most of all, Naruto thought about Ino. He silently prayed that she would be okay. He couldn't afford for her to not survive. This woman's words, of course, were convincing, but the guy didn't fully believe them. Now he didn't trust anyone at all. He understood only one simple truth: he loves Ino. And it was not like previous hobbies. He really cared about this girl. Plus, she saved his life. For the first time in his 22 years, Naruto truly fell in love with someone. Shikamaru was smoking, leaning against the wall of the hospital. Gaara was talking on the phone. Naruto sat with a downcast expression outside the operating room where Ino and Tsunade were currently located. Jiraiya sat next to him. Naruto, I understand you're worried, but please listen to me now. My name is Jiraiya and I am your godfather. And don't look at me like that. I know it's too much information for you right now, but it's better for you to know everything now. 15 years ago I walked into your father's office. You were 7 years old then. He called us, me and Tsunade, to communicate his decision. His corporation went global, and many ill-wishers and competitors appeared. He felt that he should be killed. He even guessed who it was. But I didn't know when this would happen. And he saw no point in hiding. Shortly before that fateful day, Uchiha Itachi came to him. He asked your father for a large sum. A very large one. In return he gave away part of the shares of his campaign. The Uchiha got his. That's actually why Minato called us. He ordered to take care of you and made Tsunade your guardian, and he ordered me to give you the code to the safe in which all the Konoha documents are located. You remember that day, you just don't want to think about it. You often have this nightmare. You saw the bodies of your parents in the morgue after the accident. Then you lost consciousness. I found you and took you. I gave you the code, as my father asked. And now he is with you forever. Naruto looked questioningly at his godfather. Jiraiya placed his hand on his stomach. Tattoo? It is you? Did you make it for me? Naruto didn't know whether to be angry or thank his godfather. So here it is. Then I had to leave you. Tsunade and I had our own special assignment since we both work for the government. Naturally, I cannot divulge state secrets to you. All I can say is that you ran away. You probably don't remember this. But Tsunade found you and for your safety, she changed your biography and gave you to an orphanage. We knew they would come for you. Everyone who learned about your father's death will come. But they couldn't kill you, at least not until they knew the code. So we safely hid you for 15 years. And they also conveniently forgot, Naruto said quietly. Not at all. We watched you sometimes. At least until the last 3 years. Tsunade just didn't interfere in your life. And I was too busy. Well, now Naruto, you know the whole truth and can continue your father's work. You have enormous power in your hands. Jiraiya finished. Naruto looked at Gaara, who was keeping Shikamaru company and was also standing smoking. How are you involved in this? The blonde decided to ask directly. It was not for nothing that the dog knew about everything and did not tell him anything. Just like Itachi, my father once needed money to start his business. In return, my father pledged half the shares and promised to supply metal for weapons. When your father died, the Konoha campaign froze. In fact, No one controls her now, if you don't take Tsunade into account. Then I decided that your ignorance would be beneficial to me, because you could take everything from me. Fair enough, Naruto interrupted him. And I already believed you and your friendship. Don't be an idiot, Naruto. If we weren't your friends, we wouldn't have called Tsunade and come to save you. Nara finally spoke up. Or maybe Gaara just wanted to get the code before Itachi and quietly turn things around in his favor. You learn quickly, Gaara also answered calmly, and yes, we really consider you our friend, I just share the concept of friendship and business. What about that guy, Kiba? Naruto turned to Jiraiya. This is my agent. One of the best. He and his partner Hinata were supposed to keep an eye on you and Akatsuki. But Hinata was discovered and Kiba almost made a mess. Everything is fine now, don't worry. Now it's up to you to decide what to do with the Konoha Corporation, but it's best to discuss this with Tsunade. She did this for 15 years. The door to the operating room suddenly swung open and a tired blonde came out to the men who had jumped up. A silent question was reflected in everyone's eyes. More than alive. He'll lie around and run around for a week, Tsunade gave the verdict. Naruto already beamed with happiness and wanted to enter, but the tenacious and strong hand of the woman stopped him. You can't go to her now. But I said that you can't go to her. The woman was not joking. Naruto wilted. You know, I didn't see what happened there, but this girl is just lucky. The bullet passed a couple of millimeters below the heart and did not hit any vital organs. Naruto couldn't believe that this was possible. But I know Itachi's accuracy. He couldn't just miss. Tsunade frowned, and this moment surfaced in the blonde's memory. When the girl closed her eyes, and the killer's steady hand fired, and at the same moment the guys in masks burst in, but Naruto understood why Itachi missed. And he didn't just do that, Uzumaki breathed. I saw how the blonde guy who was lying next to him hit Itachi's legs and apparently at that moment his hand trembled. It was Tsukiri Deidara. Gaara said. It turns out that Deidara saved the life of this beauty, Tsunade said and thought, I didn't let them go in vain. They won't do anything bad to us anymore, but I think we'll still have to meet them. A week later. Mr. Uzumaki, you have a visitor, Hinata's voice sang. Naruto sat in an easy chair in his huge office in the penthouse, where the main center of Konoha was located. He hired Hinata immediately after taking over her management as the official CEO and president. The girl decided to quit her career as a spy and Naruto could not refuse her. Kiba, with whom the girl started dating, was even very happy about this. Tsunade quickly brought the blonde up to date with all the affairs over the past 15 years, and quite a few things had accumulated. He turned out to be the heir to a multi-billion-dollar fortune. Naruto deciphered the code quickly and now two people knew it, he and his godfather. He turned out to be a very trainable and intelligent leader. Thanks to Gaara, Shikamaru and Tsunade, his affairs stabilized. The first thing Naruto did was return Gaara's shares and sign a cooperation agreement with him. Then, he returned the shares to the Uchiha and happily forgot about the Akatsuki campaign. Well, let him come in. The blonde was not very happy about this, because today his plans were very grandiose. A meeting with Ino awaited him. You? The blonde was surprised. Deidara stood on the threshold. I won't take much time. I know you are in a hurry to get to her. Tsukiri began. Naruto frowned. I ask you to give her this envelope. Let her read this. Don't look at me like that, there's no poison or explosives in there. It's just a letter. Why don't you give it yourself? Asked Naruto. Dei put the envelope on the table. It's useless. Thank you, Naruto said suddenly. I know that it was you who saved her then. You hit Itachi and his hand trembled. It seemed to you, the blonde grinned, okay. I guess it's time. Good luck and, he stopped at the door, take care of it. Naruto looked at the white envelope. He thought for a long time whether he should give Ino this message or read it himself. But honor won, and the guy put the letter in his inner pocket. You can leave early, Hina, the guy said as he walked, I won't be returning to work today. He literally flew to the parking lot, whistling. No one had seen him so happy for a long time, or rather never at all. He worked on papers for almost the entire week, and for the first 3 days he slept under the blonde's intensive care ward, until Temari came and put things in order there. The formidable Mrs. Nara staged a grandiose, although no, enchanting scandal for her husband and brother when she found out about everything, mainly, of course, for keeping her in the dark. You'd think she could somehow influence something. The blonde came to Ino's hospital and built the entire honey in a matter of 5 minutes. Tsunade's staff and sent Naruto home to sleep. She also initiated Ino into all the details of what was happening. She also monitored her condition and she did not allow the blonde to see her. Sending him back every time, because Tsunade forbade the girl to worry, and a meeting with Naruto could turn into very great excitement for the Yamanaka. Besides, today the girl flew away with Shikamaru. Ino felt like she was at work in the room. The whole ward was in flowers. Only in snow-white lilies. It was Naruto who tried. She has already fully recovered and, to the surprise of Tsunade herself, she recovered very quickly. This whole story seemed somehow unreal to her, however, Shikamaru confirmed Temari's story. But she was sad because Naruto didn't come to her. And today Nara told her that he would definitely come. But she hasn't spoken to him since the wedding. And so the girl was waiting for something special. She really wanted to see the blonde. It was thanks to Naruto that the blonde was finally able to sort out her feelings. She loved Naruto. She loved this blue-eyed and fair guy who fell so deeply into her soul. Dear readers, in the next chapter, which will be the last, something interesting will await you. So don't give up at the finish line. And as always, I look forward to your feedback. By the way, if I missed something, you can tell me to show all my cards to the end, in the last chapter. Sorry, dear readers, that I was so late with the last and probably the most long-awaited chapter. I hope it turned out no worse than others, since this was the first time I described such intimate scenes. Well, this novel has come to an end. However, I'm thinking about a short epilogue. I hope you liked it. Well, as always, I look forward to your feedback, your comments, and the presentation of all your thoughts regarding this fanfic as a whole and the last chapter. Thank you for the inspiration. Happy reading. There was a quiet knock on the door of the room. The girl shuddered. Enter. Ino stood at the window and looked at the sky, which began to be enveloped by black clouds. To Ino's disappointment, it turned out to be Gaara. Temari asked to pick you up, the guy said coldly. Where? He will come straight to the airport. The red-haired man got ahead of the girl. Ino handed Gaara her bag and left the hospital. Thank you, Mrs. Tsunade, Ino thanked the woman. The blonde gently put her hand on the girl's head. I hope next time you'll get here in a different position, Tsunade subtly hinted. Ino blushed. She understood perfectly what the woman meant. Ino didn't keep Gaara waiting and got into the car. It's raining again, Gaara said, sitting next to the girl in the back seat. I see. Listen, you, Ino hesitated. Are you always this cold? Can't you feel? Gaara was taken by surprise by this question. He stared at one point in front of him. You're a good Yamanaka girl. I could ruin your life, but you are not meant for me. And about your question, I know how to love. But so far I haven't found a girl for whom I would like to change. Everyone knows me as a narcissistic egoist, and, in general, that's the way it is, but it benefits me. It's hard to distract me from my goals and there's nothing to blackmail me with. The girl became sad. No. I'm not implying that you've become a hindrance to Naruto. But it would be better if you never met. Although, he looked thoughtfully out the window, then we would never have found him and he would not have known who he really was. So it's hard to say what your role is in this, but it's definitely not the last. The guy grinned and fell silent. The girl didn't ask anything else. Now she saw that Gaara's selfishness was just a mask behind which a good person was hiding. Now the girl was smiling, but the thought of Naruto haunted her. Why didn't he come himself? Maybe he doesn't want to see her. The car stopped at the airport building. The girl's phone rang in her purse. Yes, Temari, we have already arrived. Do not shout at me. Ino slammed the phone. The girl entered the airport building. It was simply impossible not to notice Temari and Shikamaru. These two stood in the center of the hall and kissed selflessly, as if no one around existed. Despite the difference in characters, they still loved each other. Ahem, Gaara interrupted the lovers. Temari finally left Shikamaru. There was an awkward pause. Well, there are 5 minutes left before departure. It's time for us to get on the plane. Temari said. Ino hugged her friend and then Shikamaru. And don't you dare offend her. The blonde threatened Shikamaru with her finger. Nara sighed. Take care of yourself, the girl wiped away a tear. What are you talking about, Ino? We'll be back in a month. Temari winked at her friend. The flight was boarded. Naruto apparently won't come. Shikamaru. A familiar voice. Ino turned around. It was he. The blonde man was breaking through the crowd towards them. He looked very excited and at the same time somehow different. Ino noticed the taste in clothes and the confident sparkle in her eyes. Naruto just managed to shake Shikamaru's hand before he disappeared into the corridor leading to the plane. Well, I have to go. I'll take your things home, Gaara turned to the blonde. But she didn't even seem to hear him. All her attention was directed towards Naruto. Gaara shrugged and left. They stood and looked into each other's eyes. Slap. The ringing slap sobered up the guy, and Ino was already crying and beating his chest with her fists. Never. Do you hear? Never do that again. Emotions are out of control. Naruto hugged her and held her close. I'm so, sob, I was scared for you. How could you? You didn't even, sob, come to see me. Naruto gently stroked the girl's head. He felt so good next to her. It was as if he had found something familiar. He wanted to never let go of this girl again. Let's go, he wiped the tears from her face and kissed her on the cheek. Holding hands, they watched the departing plane Shikamaru and Temari and left the airport. Naruto put the girl in the car. Where are we going? Asked Ino. The blonde just smiled. You'll see, he said. The girl kept wondering what that innocent childish kiss meant. Now she looked at him somehow differently. She used to feel sorry for him and treated him somehow, like a younger brother. But now everything has changed dramatically. She saw in him a confident, handsome guy who has such qualities as courage, justice, kindness, charisma. They arrived at a beautiful 2-story house in the city center. The house was small, but quite rich. Naruto opened the door and offered his hand to the girl. Ino couldn't contain her admiration. Wow! Do you like it? Naruto smiled and led the girl into the house. Ino looked at the ivy-covered stonework and the old Gothic-style windows. Yes, just a gorgeous mansion, said the girl, entering the hallway. The furnishings here were in an old style. A cozy fireplace right in the living room, a soft white sofa, a warm and thick carpet on the floor, a cozy table in front of the sofa, a bookcase, in a word, great. Naruto took the girl's hand. Close your eyes, he asked. The girl did not argue and obediently closed her eyes. He picked her up and carried her up the stairs to the second floor. And don't peep. He stopped the girl's attempt to satisfy her curiosity. Naruto stopped and pushed the door with his foot. A pleasant and painfully familiar smell hit her nose, which she would not confuse with anything else. "No, don't open your eyes yet," Naruto said in a whisper. The girl felt him lower her onto something soft and silky. Then his breath on your skin, causing it to break out in goosebumps. He ran his hand over her cheek and gently touched her lips. The girl responded to this kiss. Naruto became bolder and more demanding. He kissed her with frantic, insatiable greed. The painful, teasing feeling of closeness brought the girl to the brink of fainting. For a moment their lips separated. She took a frantic breath, but Naruto immediately, without giving her a break, again captured her mouth. Then his hand touched Ino's chest. The gentle movements of strong fingers caused her a real shock. It was like a lightning strike, from which fire ran through my entire body, and my chest filled with heaviness. The girl tensed. In 20 years of life, this was only the third man who touched her, with the first two she never went beyond kisses. Need I say that she was a virgin? Over the years, both at school and at university, she somehow did not find someone who would like her enough for her to decide to give up her virginity. Ino threw her head back, her curved neck a generous gift that Naruto didn't refuse. He peppered the pulsating vein with hot kisses. The girl swayed forward, and her chest pressed into the palm of the heated guy. The guy carefully and slowly began to pull her dress off the girl's shoulders, freeing her firm breasts from the fabric. He pulled back, lowered his head and licked the tight pink nipple. Naruto lightly bit the nipple, and a sharp pleasure, similar to pain, pierced her. Ino screamed muffledly and wanted to open her eyes, but he whispered in her ear, "It's still early." Then his lips soothed the inflamed flesh, absorbing it into himself. The desire grew, rolled over Ino like a golden wave, raged, tore her apart from the inside. Letting out a long, languid moan, she swayed forward, straight towards his kisses. Naruto seemed to chain her to him. His hot palms wandered over her body, back, sides, stomach, long legs, buttocks, he didn't miss a thing. Under his touch, the skin turned pink and became moist, beads of sweat appeared on it like dew. This rapid onslaught at first frightened the girl, and she twitched as if trying to free herself. And then she gave in to the flow of passion, passionately responding to kisses, digging into the blonde's body with her nails, enjoying the frantic, dizzying whirlpool into which voluptuousness lured them. Their tongues intertwined, their lips melted and melted, they breathed in one breath. Naruto pulled her dress off completely and freed himself from the clothes. Ino obeyed the movement of his hands, felt the first touch of something hot and hard and froze. The blonde raised her head and parted her sore lips. Naruto held back with all his might. He wanted to maintain control over himself for as long as possible so as not to cause her unnecessary pain. The girl will have to go through some unpleasant moments anyway. But it was necessary to act. Naruto entered her carefully. One powerful push forward, and it was all over. He plunged deeply into her womb, filled it, stretched it. Ino didn't even scream, she just smiled, which surprised the guy. She just didn't feel any tearing pain. Just a pleasant feeling of fullness. Carefully moving back and forth, he soon felt with joy that she was answering him. Delightful, unbridled passion covered them like an avalanche. Words were unnecessary, she was led forward by strong hands that never stopped caressing her breasts, stomach and seductive roundness of her hips. Shyness, restraint, bashfulness, everything disappeared without a trace. Their bodies moved, obeying the rhythm of love as ancient as the world, merging with each other in complete harmony. And suddenly she was overwhelmed by a feeling of blinding unearthly bliss. Naruto wanted Ino to experience the ultimate pleasure the first time, and he succeeded. "I love you," he groaned, shaking all over his body. The girl opened her eyes a second before his words and looked at him with all love and passion, into those sky-azure eyes that looked at her with tenderness and awe. The guy hugged the girl and covered her with a blanket. Ino nuzzled his chest. Naruto stroked her blonde, disheveled hair. Words were really no longer needed. Why them? The girl looked at the room, which was all strewn with white flowers. Because, thanks to them, I found you, my most beautiful and snow-white lily. And I always want to be with you. You brought me back to life and taught me to love. I'll never let you go again. We will always be together. The girl pressed her lips to his. I love you too, the blonde smiled. Don't even hope that I'll leave you now. So they lay there, hugging each other, lulled by that sweet smell of majestic and snow-white flowers. Today turned out to be quite a good day for the girl. Trade was going great and there was no end to visitors. Especially from important people. Ino's store was now in great demand after Temari's wedding. The press then inflated incredible stories. Of course. The wedding of a famous model and a genius and heir to a pharmaceutical company was in itself a reason for gossip, but the decorations of the hall and the bride's bouquet also did not escape the attention of journalists. So Ino became popular in her business, which the latter was incredibly happy about, and flatly refused Naruto's offer to quit her job. By the way, she and Naruto began dating, and now journalists began to spy on the couple, because the appearance of the Uzumaki heir caused an even greater stir in society. So they had to hide from prying eyes. And the fact that Naruto was constantly being accused of having affairs with every random girl in the photo pretty much angered the jealous blonde, even though she knew that Naruto was not deceiving her. The doorbell rang, warning the girl about a new visitor. Good afternoon, a blue-haired girl with a slight blush on her pale face smiled welcomingly at the blonde. Good afternoon, Ino remembered where she could see this girl before. How can I help you? Excuse me, are you Miss Yamanaka? Yes, the girl tried not to show her surprise. My name is Hinata Hugo. The girl was embarrassed. Ino tried to remember where she had heard this name before. Exactly. This is the same Hinata, because of whom Kiba brought Naruto to Akatsuki. Ino remembered how Naruto told her about this. You see, your flower salon is very famous and I. Oh, what are you? It's not that famous, Ino shrugged it off, but in her heart she was glad that her store had become so popular. You see, I'm getting married soon. Do you need to make a bouquet? The blonde finished her thought. Yes. Hinata blushed. Well. I think it won't be difficult, and blue irises will suit you very well, but since you are a bride, you definitely need white, and you need to see your dress and hairstyle, the blonde listed. Hinata just nodded her head meekly. As a result, Ino handed over her business card. Here, this is my number. Let's call you and meet sometime to discuss the details. Thank you, Hinata squeezed out and flew out of the store like a bullet. Ino was in the best of spirits when she closed the store at the end of the workday. The mobile phone rang. Mistress Yamanaka is listening, Ino said in a serious tone. Have you completely lost your mind? Temari said in a shocked voice. Ino laughed. No. Everything is fine. How are you? Actually, I've already arrived. And I'm waiting for you at my place now. Oh, come on in the evening. I'm just home from work now. You are still working in your store. Of course, the blonde answered, offended. Especially since my business is gradually gaining momentum. Okay, it's up to you. I'm waiting for you at 8 p.m. Temari hung up. Oh, these pregnant women are for me. So capricious. I'm still surprised how Shikamaru gets along with her. It's just a hurricane. However, knowing Shiki's indifferent state, Ino smiled and caught a taxi and went to Naruto's house. Call again. Honey, I'll be late today, Naruto said in a tired voice. Fine. I'll be with Temari. The girl passed out. He has something to do again, Ino pouted, this work is always his. We almost stopped seeing each other. The girl's mood noticeably dropped and the strange nausea that had lasted for 3 weeks returned again. It was not painful, but general weakness and nausea were somewhat uncomfortable. The girl paid and went into the house. Wearily throwing her bag on the sofa, she looked in the mirror. It's a sin to complain, she looked great, but she decided that a shower wouldn't hurt her after a working day. Warm water put my thoughts in order and returned my good mood. Having forgotten about time, the girl realized when she got out of the shower that she had little time left. Temari hated it when people were late, and now in her situation. The girl began to dress hastily, dumping things out of the huge closet. And then she noticed a white envelope fall out of Naruto's jacket. Ino froze. Of course, she understood that it was not good to read other people's letters, but she picked up the envelope and her heart began to beat at breakneck speed. It was addressed to her. But what was it doing in Naruto's jacket pocket then? With trembling hands, the girl tore the envelope and unfolded the letter. I know that this is wrong. I know that I shouldn't do this, but I do. I decided to write to you. You know, I have never felt such feelings for any girl as I do for you. I love you, Ino. You can believe this, you may not believe it, but I have never told this to anyone as sincerely as I am telling you now. You will probably be surprised when you read this, and I will already be very, very far away. But, understand, this is not easy for me. I am letting you go, because I understand that with me you will not find happiness, but with him, I saw the way you looked at each other. I hope he will love you as much as I do. I just want you to be happy. Goodbye. Day. The girl reread the letter again. Tears came to my eyes. So Naruto was hiding this from her. She felt pain from the memories of last year. She could no longer hold back her tears. She felt gratitude and friendly affection towards Deidara, but she could not believe that her beloved Naruto could deceive her. Phone ring. Well, where are you? The woman's voice stopped when he heard the girl's sobs on the other side. I'm on my way. A blonde with ponytails noisily rolled into the girl's bedroom and found her sobbing with a letter in her hands. Throwing her purse into a corner, she sat down on the bed and hugged the girl, trying to calm her down. The maternal instinct was clearly awakening in her. Carefully taking the letter away from Ino, Temari ran her eyes over it. Wow. I didn't expect this from him. From whom, exactly? Ino said, sobbing. Temari sighed, stood up and, taking the girl by the hand, led her to the kitchen. Having seated the girl on a chair, Temari turned on the kettle and poured coffee into a small cup. Then she took out a bottle of expensive cognac from Naruto's closet and poured it into the coffee. Well, why are you crying? The girl climbed onto the chair. She could not stand for long. The rounded tummy made the girl clumsy, but very cute. He lied to me. Ino sobbed. The girl took a long sip. The liquid burned her throat, but the trembling passed and she began to calm down. Well, this is certainly not good, but still not fatal and especially not worthy of your tears. Temari reasoned. I believed him. And she was always honest with him. The girl finished her drink more calmly. Temari suddenly turned pale. Oh. She grabbed her stomach with her hands. Pushed. Having caught her breath, the girl again, as if nothing had happened, continued talking to Ino. What do the doctors say? Ino asked, turning her attention to her friend. Boy, Temari was happy, of course, for her and Shikamaru it was very unexpected, because Temari turned out to be 4 months old when they got married. And how did she not notice? Then the doctor explained to her that this happens extremely rarely, but there is no need to be afraid. Shikamaru, of course, was slightly bewildered, but then he admitted to Ino that he was happy with this state of affairs. Her friend even guessed why. The genius had already managed to calculate the next 5 years. He did not take into account only Temari's behavior during pregnancy and often complained about her inappropriate behavior. She drove him as hard as she could. Either bring her pineapples and steak right now, or suddenly you want to smell the rails in the middle of the night. Nara steadfastly withstood all the tests of fate, rejoicing in his soul that there was only a little time left, and then he would hire a nanny and all the problems would disappear. Oh, Temari grabbed again. This time the pain was worse. Ino, the girl whispered and again winced in pain, I think I'm giving birth. The blonde's face changed. Panic showed on him. Well, she was not prepared for such a turn of events. She grabbed the phone and tried to figure out where to call first, Shikamaru or the hospital. Common sense won. She called the hospital, but it turned out to be busy. She called again and was busy again. Temari's forehead was covered with sweat, the pain became constant. Contractions began. Ino dialed Shiki's number. Yes, Shikamaru responded lazily. Shik. The blonde screamed nervously, Temari seems to be giving birth. All the guy's drowsiness instantly disappeared. Where are you? Did you call the hospital? I called there. Busy. What should I do? The girl's hands were shaking and her gaze did not let her friend out of sight for a second. The pale girl huddled on a chair and endured the pain. Where are you? In my house. Wait for me and try to call the hospital. Ino swore and jumped up to Temari and helped her move onto the sofa in the living room. Having laid her friend down, she became confused, not knowing what to do. Again she tried to dial the hospital number. Busy again. It seems my water has broken, Temari said. The sofa was indeed wet underneath her. Well, this was still not enough. Stick with Temi. Shika will arrive now. The girl couldn't think of anything better. Ino, moaned the wet Temari, I'm giving birth, she howled. Oh my God, she grabbed a towel from the closet and laid it under Temari. She didn't know how else she could help. The contractions will end now, Temari moaned. Ino rushed around the house without knowing what she was looking for, until finally Temari yelled at her so that she wouldn't flash before her eyes. The squeal of brakes near the house and a minute later Shikamaru was already standing in the room, along with Tsunade. The woman assessed the situation and made a verdict. We won't deliver. We'll give birth here. She began to give orders to Ino what to bring. Shikamaru, undress Temari and drag her into the sliding chair. Ino, bring boiled water, clean sheets, bandages, cotton wool, scissors, alcohol, a towel and a bottle of ice. The girl rushed to look around the house for the necessary items. Tsunade opened her suitcase, pulled on sterile gloves and walked up to Temari. Well, let's get started. Half an hour later, the room in Naruto's house was filled with the cry of a child. A small bloody lump with an uncut umbilical cord was already resting in the woman's arms. The door to the room opened and Naruto stood rooted to the spot. Ino fainted. The exhausted Temari looked whiter than the sheets on which she lay. My breathing was ragged. All wet, she seemed unable to even move. Shikamaru was shocked. Congratulations, you're having a boy. Tsunade cut the umbilical cord and with deft movements washed the child and wrapped him in a sheet. Shikamaru helped Temari get up and Tsunade handed a small screaming lump into her arms, which calmed down when it felt its mother nearby. Temari and Shikamaru were so happy. Green eyes from Temari and brown fluffy hair from Shikamaru. The baby was as beautiful as his parents. Naruto was still standing in the doorway and had a hard time trying to comprehend what had happened. He rushed towards Ino, over whom Tsunade was already standing. Start the engine. Why are you standing there? Let's go to the hospital, ordered Tsunade. Ino opened her eyes. White ceiling, familiar ward. Several faces bent over her with alarm, a stunned Naruto, a malicious Tsunade, a worried Shikamaru. Ino sat down on the bed. Temari was lying nearby and breastfeeding the newly born baby. What happened? Why are you looking at me like that? Well, I told you that next time you'll get here in a different position, the blonde woman said mysteriously. I don't understand, my thoughts were confused. Ino, we are waiting for our Shuichi's bride, Temari smiled. A vague suspicion crept into the girl's soul. It all looked too much like a joke. Ino, Naruto pulled her out of her stupor. The girl looked into those familiar blue eyes that seemed to glow with happiness. You are pregnant. We're having a baby. Naruto was happy. I'm so happy. A month later, the city simply exploded from the events that shook it. 3 grandiose weddings in one day. Naruto and Ino, Kiba and Hinata, Gaara and Hanabi. It was a bomb for journalists. Eligible bachelors became happy husbands. The brides were not inferior to each other in beauty. All weddings were held together in the most luxurious hotel in the city. These weddings will be remembered for a long time. There were a lot of guests, it seemed that the whole city was invited. And 7 months later, Ino gave birth to a wonderful girl. Naturally blonde. They named her Yuri. The daughter was as beautiful as her mother, but with the same character as Naruto. And only snow-white lilies reminded them of what they had to go through on the way to their happiness. This is where the story ended.